Chapter 1086. To be remembered by a kami and be blown into pieces, no matter what its true form was. At least it had completely attracted everyone's attention. The only thing they could be sure of was that this thing was definitely not a good thing. Although Yun Nuashing was a little violent and occasionally went crazy, and his mind was filled with thoughts of destroying the world, he was also a person with integrity. He would never destroy something for no reason. Probably, therefore, when he said such sensitive words as familiar and bombed before, everyone's hair stood on end for a second. Then they calmed down. At this time, their state of mind had already reached the point where they could remain calm even if the flood was raging. Even if the sun exploded in front of them, they could still calmly take a sip of tea. It couldn't be helped. After following that guy for so long, they were a little arrogant and were used to being calm. Yun Nuashing squatted down and stretched out his hand to poke the lake that was as hard as a gem. To be honest, if he hadn't heard Yuan Shang and the others say that it was a lake with his own ears, he would definitely think that this thing was a mirror or a gem. There is energy flowing. I think I know how to deal with it. Yun Nuashing waved his hand. You guys step back a little. As soon as they heard this big shot's instructions, Yuan Shi and the others quickly stepped back a little. They even pulled Yuan Shui, Yuan Shang and the others, who didn't know the truth, back with them. Yun Nuashing exhaled softly and raised his hands. He lowered his head and looked at his excessively white palms. He clenched his fists slightly, and an invisible energy suddenly gathered in his hands. He raised his head and stared at the lake-green mirror lake. The latter seemed to have sensed something. The faint emerald energy seemed to have a faint ripple, but did not seem to have any effect at all. Boom! His hands, which contained a strange energy, fiercely waved through the air. Immediately, the entire ground shook, causing everyone to sway, but they quickly steadied themselves. The movement here also caused the 12 Supreme Elders to be stunned. They turned their heads and saw what Yun Nuashing was doing, and then saw Yuan Shang signaling to them. They hesitated for a moment, and then slowly retreated. Yun Nuashing waved his hands in the air with transparent energy ripples. His mouth opened and closed, and he said something silently. Waves of energy that made one's heart palpitate brewed in this space. The ground only shook for a moment before it stopped moving. On the other hand, the dim emerald green light in the mirror lake suddenly became stronger, causing Yuan Shang and the others to watch nervously. The sacred lake that had not reacted for a long time finally had some reaction at this moment. Get up! Yun Nuashing raised both of his hands up high and bellowed. The energy of the heaven and earth all surged towards the direction of his hands, creating an energy storm out of thin air. Bang! It was as if a huge heavy object fell from the sky and crashed into the lake. It created a wave of water that was hundreds of meters tall, and a wall of water was pulled out of the air. At this moment, the emerald green lake truly looked like water. It was no longer a hard rock. Everyone could feel the texture of the emerald green water. Heaving a sigh of relief, Yun Nuashing continued to wave his hands, controlling the wall of water to continue to rise. The water in the lake was sucked into the air, and gradually a funnel-like bottom of the lake was revealed. Everyone hurriedly stretched their heads out to take a look. They originally thought that they would see a funnel filled with silt, but they did not expect to see an emerald green ground. The ground gradually shrank towards the center of the lake. Everyone was slightly surprised when an azure blue edge suddenly appeared at the bottom of the lake. It was a formation. As the water in the lake was constantly thrown into the air, a formation that covered a large area of the bottom of the lake was revealed. The azure blue and faint emerald light flickered. It was extremely bright. No one knew how many years it had lasted, but it still stood there without disappearing. It was as if it had not been washed away by time and was completely undamaged. Yun Nuashing ignored the formation for now. He was still trying his best to deal with the lake water that had been thrown into the air. If he let go, the lake water would crystallize and fall from the sky. Conservatively speaking, it would create a huge crater. Condense. The emerald green lake water was gathered into a constantly spinning ball of water. It was hundreds of meters large. He uttered a soft syllable from his mouth. Afterwards, he made a squeezing motion with his hands from the sides to the center, forming a ball. In midair, two gigantic black hands that were thousands of meters large suddenly appeared. The palms and arms were covered with colorful energy traces. It was very mysterious. The two gigantic black hands followed his movements and pressed down on the two ends of the ball of water. Powerful energy continuously surged out from the hands and pressed down on the gigantic ball of water, causing it to continuously shrink. The gigantic ball of water was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the lake water was compressed to the size of a thumb by the energy, a crisp sound suddenly came from midair. Yun Nuashing retracted his energy in a timely manner. He stretched out his hand, and a flash of light streaked across the air. He caught it and opened it to take a look. It was an emerald green ball that was only slightly more than an inch in size. I reckon that this is not the main point. It's probably just a defensive measure. Yun Nuashing said softly as he threw the ball to Yuan Shang. This ball is that lake just now. Yuan Shang stared blankly at the emerald green bead, unable to react for a moment. The bead was quite heavy in his hand, and its texture was ice cold. He used all his strength to crush it, but he was unable to crush it. What exactly is this thing? I don't know. I think I forgot something important. Yun Nuashing also shook his head. Although he had solved this thing, he could not remember what it was. He had forgotten some of the more important things. Perhaps a part of it was lost when the memories were passed down. There is a huge hole under the lake. That formation should be a plug. Back then, your ancestors either forgot to tell you how to open it, or they did not understand this thing themselves. Yun Nuashing pointed at the formation. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. Isn't there a god in the Yuan family? Even he can't do anything about it? Yuan Shang smiled bitterly and nodded. When the god was asleep, he did study this thing. However, he did not cause any commotion. Let's go down and take a look. I'm a little curious. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and took the lead to rush out. Then he directly descended into the hole under the formation. The formation was only used to isolate the lake water. It did not prevent people from entering. When the others saw this, they quickly moved and followed him into the hole at the bottom of the lake. The hole was quite deep. Yun Nuashing jumped down and floated for a while. When most of the others had arrived, he led them down with all his might. It was not until 5 minutes later that their vision suddenly widened and they entered a huge underground hole. Looking down from the top of the hole, it was an irregular circular hole. It was difficult to measure its length and width. It was probably no less than 100 miles. The hole looked more like a small underground world. The surrounding rock walls and the ground at the top were filled with a faint fluorescent light, which faintly illuminated the huge underground hole. It was probably some kind of luminous life that lived in the hole and clung to the rock walls. With Yun Nuashing's strength, even complete darkness could not stop them. When they approached the bottom of the hole, they could clearly see that it was a sloping ground. From the place where they had landed, it was sloping in one direction. The slope was very obvious. At the bottom of the hole, there was a huge hole that was also faintly glowing. It led deeper into the ground. The Yuan family's records have never mentioned such a place. At this moment, a great elder of the Yuan family said softly. Yun Nuashing frowned. After he steadied himself on the ground, he immediately took out the nether void sword. His aura rolled and calmed down. However, his posture had already frightened the people who did not know the truth, and they all became alert. There's a strange aura. It's a little annoying. At least, it gives me a very annoying feeling. I must have forgotten something, Yun Nuashing muttered. He turned around and looked at Yuan Shang. This place belongs to the Yuan family. It's not my place to say whether we should enter or not. You guys decide. Yuan Shang and the great elders looked at each other and nodded without hesitation. Yun Nuoxing then walked forward. However, the former walked 2 steps faster and stood in front of him. He carefully looked around. It was obvious that he was acting as a scout. The underground hole is very big, but there's only one path. There are no forks in the road, and there's no aura of living people. There are no abnormalities in the 100-meter-thick rock walls on both sides. There shouldn't be any problems, Yun Nuoxing said. The group walked past the 30-meter-tall hole and entered another spacious area. The ceiling of the hole was very high, and there were stalactites hanging down dozens of meters. A drop of water from above would take a minute to fall to the ground. The path was a slope from the beginning to the end, and it led straight down. Chu Yingzhan's bright eyes flickered as she looked at Chu Qin. She suddenly had an idea. She wanted to roll her brother into a ball and kick him down to see if he would roll to the bottom. Chu Qin suddenly shivered. His face turned pale, and he felt as if the Grim Reaper was licking his ears. He quickly turned around, but he did not find anything. Only Chu Yingzhan looked at him with a dignified expression, which made him feel suspicious. The underground hole leads to the depths of the ground. This place should not belong to the Yuan family space. Yun Nuoxing said softly. His senses had been rapidly spreading forward, and he had detected a place very far away. After walking for a while in the beginning and discovering that there was really no danger, the group increased their speed. The deeper they went, the more irregular the shape of the cave became. The road was bumpy. If the place where they came from and the several large cavities ahead of them seemed to be man-made, then the place behind them was naturally formed. The faint light on the surrounding rock walls also became brighter. The light seemed to be focused towards the depths of the cave, brightening the space and giving it a strange feeling. Phew! It's so cold. Could it be that this place leads to hell? Yun Nuoxing remembered that the 6th child of the Yuan family was called Yuaning. She rubbed her hands and said, "Little star, could this place be some kind of predicament?" Yuan, she could not help but feel his heart palpitate. This was not the first time that a similar situation had occurred. They had mistakenly entered some kind of place and got trapped. In any case, he naturally thought of this when he saw that the cavities in the ground were all similar. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. There are still 2 more cavities before we reach the end. We're now more than 600,000 kilometers deep underground. I'm not flying that fast, right? Yuan Qian was stunned. Of course, I'm flying with all of you. If not for the fact that the slope is not uniform, and I'm afraid that the light elements will directly hit the wall, we would have arrived long ago. I'll speed up a little more. Yun Nuoxing said as he sped up. Light particles began to clearly appear around him. He also used the power of laws to slightly distort the distance between them. Just as he passed through the cavern in front of him, a strange feeling suddenly attacked him, causing him to shiver. His figure suddenly stopped in midair. The light elements and the power of laws dissipated, and everyone hurriedly stopped. Then they were all stunned. They only felt that the cavern had suddenly expanded by more than 10 times. The wall in front of them was very far away, and they could not see the next cavern entrance. The power of laws had suddenly disappeared, and reality had returned to normal. This was the true size of these cavities. Yun Nuoxing trembled, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. It was as if he had been noticed by something. A faint thought appeared in his senses, but there was indeed no living thing in the range of his senses, nor was there any remnant soul or spirit. However, that feeling made him certain that he had been noticed by something, causing him to stop using the power of laws and the light elements in an instant. However, that feeling came quickly and only lasted for a moment. He could not find the source. The only thing he could be sure of was that it was definitely not an illusion. What's wrong? Noticing Yun Nuoxing's movements, Ziyin turned around with some worry in his eyes. Yun Nuoxing frowned and looked at the wall beside him. His arm glowed with a golden light, and he suddenly waved it with force. Boom! The irregular wall suddenly exploded, and dust flew everywhere. The rumbling sound of the explosion was endless, causing everyone to be stunned. When the smoke and dust dissipated, a huge cut that was hundreds of meters wide had appeared on the wall, traversing the entire underground cavern. Everyone's cheeks twitched. This violent maniac. Seeing that there was no strange reaction, Yun Nuashing frowned even more. Be careful. It's best to seal your spirit and soul. His strange tone made everyone grimace. Chu Yingzhan was furious. What's going on? No, I suddenly felt a line of sight. Yun Nuashing shook his head and continued to fly forward. However, within a radius of 100,000 miles, I can't even feel a soul or spirit, let alone life aura. Why don't you count and see if there's an extra person among us? His slightly teasing tone made everyone's hair stand on end. Exploring this gloomy cave 600,000 miles underground had already made everyone's nerves tense. Now, when he said something even more strange, goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. Why don't we let little magic scout ahead? Chu Yingzhan coughed softly. Yun Nuashing was stunned. Why? He's round and can roll all the way to the end. Everyone, Yuan Shang and the Supreme Elders, were still walking at the front. They were slightly more cautious and slowed down. However, this was the end of the underground cavern. They looked at each other and nodded. Then they plunged into the cavern. Then they collectively gasped and exclaimed, What is this? Yun Nuashing and the others' expressions changed. They quickly rushed forward. The former even took out the Dark Ruins sword and the Darkness Origin Pearl. The group of people passed through the cavern. When they saw what was in front of them, they were all stunned. The last cavern was the end of this huge underground cavern. It was an unprecedentedly huge circular cavern. Along the walls of the circular cavern, there were many huge runes of different colors. There were also scattered magic circles. The number of runes and magic circles was innumerable. The runes and magic circles filled the walls, but there were none on the ground. From the top of the underground cavern, there were tens of thousands of thick stalactites. They were arranged in a crisscross pattern. The stalactites were more than 10,000 feet apart. The sharp tips of the stalactites were connected in pairs, forming a slender rope. Tens of thousands of ropes worked together to hang something. It might have been hanging or strung together, but it was unclear. It was a long, nameless object. It was light green in color. Its surface was bumpy, as if it had been bombarded by many things. It was like a long, huge sarcoma. It spanned the entire length of the cavern and blocked the two ends of the cavern. It stretched across the center of the cavern with an imposing aura. Many light green particles emitted a faint glow and slowly revolved around the huge object. It was the only thing that could move in this place. It was just a few rays of light. This strange, long object was covered in unknown dark red patterns. There was no aura coming from it. It had been completely destroyed. On its surface, there was something that didn't seem to belong to it. The light was dim and old, and it was about to be eroded. Those were weapons. They were weapons that had pierced into the long object and were being bitten by the strange object. Yun Nuashing squinted her eyes. The two diamond-shaped crystals in her eyes stopped spinning. This is a small part of a life that fell off. A life? Everyone sucked in a cold breath. If a part was so huge, how big would the original body be? What kind of life would have such a huge body? Mother ***. Everyone trembled when they heard this curse. They looked at Yun Nuashing, whose expression changed slightly, and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong now?" "I seem to have remembered something." Yun Nuashing gritted her teeth. The sea of stars in her memory was trembling slightly. Something was about to surge out. It was that scene again. Endless dark red flames burned the entire world. However, it wasn't that scene. Her memory was rewinding. Many things flashed past. The realm of the gods. It was on the realm of the gods. However, she wasn't too sure. It was still a little blurry. Over here, there are words carved on the rock wall. A supreme elder shouted. Everyone turned around and hurriedly ran past. He then continued. However, they are very ancient words. I can't understand them. They are words from the primordial era. Strange. Didn't the Yuan family appear in the primordial era? Yun Nuashing took a glance and recognized the words. However, she frowned. This place might not have been left behind by the ancestors of the Yuan family. Yuan Shang shook his head. The strangeness of this place was beyond his imagination. Yun Nuashing thought about it and felt that it was true. She even said that the sacred lake might have been dragged in. Naturally, it might not belong to the Yuan family. Carefully sizing up the words on the rock wall, Yun Nuashing cleared his throat and read aloud. This is a very mystical world. It is the most mystical world in the void. Everything in the back is blurry. I can't see it clearly. Yun Nuashing rubbed against the rock wall. Everyone moved aside. She was the only one here who understood the language of the primordial era. After rubbing against a large piece of yellow soil, she finally found the words carved on the rock wall. I can't continue the previous words. We left a message here. I hope that the future generations can recognize this. I hope that the disasters of the past will not happen again. I hope that this world will disappear forever. That's strange. The person who left these words behind should be a deity. I can recognize the remaining weak waves, but the words left behind by a deity can't be erased by time. Yun Nuashing frowned. It should have been erased by something. A message left behind by a deity. Chu Yingzhan suddenly shivered. She raised her head and looked at the huge, pillar-like object with a faint green light. It flickered with a faint green light, like a will-o'-the-wisp. Everyone helped to wipe off the dirt around them. Because they knew that it was a message left behind by a deity, they were not worried that it would be scraped off as they wished. They did not have the ability to do so. A mystical life form, a mystical existence, like a taboo, like a demon, passed down from the primordial era. They are an indestructible legend, an eternal disaster, the master of all souls, the calamity of all souls. What we sealed here according to the oath is only a part of it. A seal that has existed for a long time will disappear one day. They are the primordial life form of the realm of the gods. They are powerful, chaotic, incomprehensible, and indescribable. They must have existed in the primordial era of the gods. Yun Nuashing's expression changed slightly. She looked at the words in front of her in a daze. These are words from the mythological era, and they should be quite ancient. I can't completely decipher them. Everyone had goosebumps. What exactly happened here? It was the primordial era's language and the mythological era's language. The most powerful primordial life form, eternity of the realm of the gods, millions of years, primordial deity, interference, slumber, disappearance of seal, disaster. Huh? Yun Nuashing suddenly understood something. Her face changed slightly and became a little pale. I remember now. I know what I forgot. I actually forgot all of this. Everyone was curious, but she did not continue. She continued to look at the words on the rock wall. There was only one paragraph of words from the mythological era, and the rest were from the primordial era. They live forever with the realm of the gods and slumber under the earth. They are chaotic and violent, incomprehensible and incommunicable. They have powerful spirituality. Over here, there are words from this era here. Chu Qin suddenly exclaimed, startling everyone. They all ran over, leaving Yun Nuashing in a daze. This is the last time I'm here. I've protected this place on behalf of the pioneers for 11 eras. I'm too tired. Resisting the suppression of the precepts of heaven and earth is more strenuous than I thought. This body will be exiled to the void, but I'm worried. The next time I wake up, will the realm of the gods still be fine? These ancient life forms will awaken again sooner or later. The realm of the gods in this era is so weak. The precepts of heaven and earth are too strong. There are not many powerful life forms born, and there are not many strong people in this world. The realm of the gods is still strong. I've strengthened the seal once. This is my last contribution. I'm about to be forced into a deep sleep. I hope that someone can protect the realm of the gods. I hope that a powerful god will stand up and stop the disaster. If everything goes well, this seal will last until the great reversal. By then, there will still be some hope. If those who come later see the light flowing, it means that the seal is about to lose its effect and the original body is about to awaken. Bring this news to find the guardians. In the oldest records, someone vaguely speculated that there should be some extremely powerful guardians in the realm of the gods. They might be hiding somewhere. They should exist. No, they must exist. Only when the guardians and the gods of the realm of the gods work together can we resist the disaster. May the ancient great deity protect the realm of the gods. I hope that the next time I wake up, I can still see the realm of the gods standing in the void. The words ended there silently. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Xian and the others trembled as they turned around. They looked at Yun Nuashing, who had her back facing them and was staring blankly at the rock wall. They could not help but murmur in their hearts. The guardian of the realm of the gods, he had just awakened from the samsara. Chapter 1087. This was a very mystical world, the most special in the entire Yuan realm, although it might look ordinary on the surface. One reason was enough to highlight its uniqueness. It was a unique world created by the first great deity himself, the only one in the entire Yuan realm. It was a living relic left behind from the mythological era. 139 eras had passed, but it was still standing in the void in perfect condition, although its size had shrunk quite a bit due to the explosions of the great samsara. There were only a few words recorded on the walls, but all of them were linked together to describe one thing. The realm of the gods was born in the hands of the first great deity. Powerful and transcendent energy filled this vast and boundless world, and all kinds of energy that could condense into a monstrous energy ocean were evenly distributed in every corner. This world's abundant energy gave birth to the first batch of powerful life forms that were born in the realm of the gods. They were also the original life forms of the realm of the gods, and were also recorded by others as the original life forms. The original life forms of the realm of the gods were very powerful and highly intelligent, but they were very chaotic and irritable and could not be communicated with. The first great deity noticed these powerful life forms, but it was unknown what exactly happened in between. But they should have judged that these life forms were harmful to the realm of the gods. It was also possible that this was not the case. In any case, they did not directly destroy them, but forcefully interfered with the original life forms' activities and sealed them, causing them to collectively fall into a deep sleep. The first batch of foreign life forms, or the life forms that were born in the realm of the gods later, probably did not notice the existence of the original life forms. It was only many years later, when the life forms that lived in the realm of the gods had become powerful, that someone discovered them. Just like in the myths, the ancient box that sealed the disaster was triggered at this moment, and the sleeping ancient existences collectively woke up as if they had agreed to it. That was a disaster that broke out in the mythological era, and the exact time could no longer be traced. It was probably a disaster that affected the entire realm of the gods, but this time the first great deity did not take action to destroy them. The great deity had already delayed for a long time, waiting for the life forms of the realm of the gods to become powerful enough so that they would no longer be afraid of those ancient life forms. Reality was also as such. Those ancient life forms were ultimately suppressed in the depths of the earth again. The gods and deities that had fought together at that time had cast a powerful seal, and they had ordered people to strengthen the seal generation after generation, making it impossible for them to break free and force them into a deep sleep. However, they did not die. They coexisted with the realm of the gods and were immortal. However, the seal would be slowly worn out over time, and they would wake up again. Yuan Shang, Yuan Shi, and the others had all understood something. They slowly turned around to look at the huge strip of light that was hanging in the middle of the cave. They could not help but swallow their saliva. They seemed to know what those ancient life forms were. Yun Nuashing slowly walked to the front of the rock wall that was engraved with the language of this era. He looked at those words and remained silent for a long time. When Ziyin and the others saw him, they were also somewhat nervous. In theory, he was the guardian of the realm of the gods, or at least he used to be the guardian. However, he had changed and was no longer the person he used to be. I heard your sincere request. Yun Nuashing's eyelids drooped slightly, and his palm gently stroked the engraved words. But the guardian has already passed away. The realm of the gods once had a guardian. Yun Nuashing turned around to look at everyone and said softly, I found a few words in the ancient records that the guardian once existed. Unfortunately, it was not me. It should be traced back to the Dark Age. They fell during the great turmoil at the end of the Dark Age and were not passed down. From then on, the realm of the gods no longer had a guardian. We are just impostors. I have also never heard of a new guardian appearing. If there is one, I should be able to know about it immediately. Yun Nuashing sighed softly and rubbed his forehead tiredly. He remembered some things from the ancient age that were very important and also very deadly. Along with these things came a lot of memories, which made him feel gloomy for a moment. He knew better than anyone else the information contained in this rock wall. As for everyone else, Yuan Shang and the others were still in a daze. Ziyin and the others were so shocked that they could not react. In their impression, Yun Nuashing had always carried the title of Guardian of the Realm of the Gods, whether it was his actions or what he was currently doing, managing the Pillar of Creation, managing the Guardian Formation, and talking about the Realm of the Gods. But in the end, this guy actually said that he was not a guardian. Seeing everyone's shocked expression, Yun Nuashing shook his head helplessly and said in their souls, I really am not. There is an observer mode in the Pillar of Creation. I use the Pillar of Creation to observe the realm of the gods. On the conceptual level of the rules, there was a position similar to the throne or the star position, but it was empty and there was nothing on it. That is the position of the guardian of the realm of the gods. Didn't I tell you before that I am the observer and the terminator, not the guardian? The guardian should be the first line of defense of the realm of the gods, facing all conflicts and protecting everything in the realm of the gods. And I am the final line of defense of the realm of the gods. I am responsible for carrying out an order to everything in the realm of the gods when the worst happens, which is to quickly wither away or even euthanize everything. Yun Nuashing sighed softly. Lan Exen suddenly became very excited and said, Brother Nuashing, you said before that you are the guardian of the realm of the gods, and that there is nothing you can't do. Hearing this, everyone was stunned again. What was wrong with this guy? I knew you were going to say this. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and said seriously, If I said that I was just boasting, would you believe me? Everyone, all right, I won't pretend this time. Seriously, I am just the observer of the realm of the gods, the final life barrier of the realm of the gods. When the first barrier is empty, I will take over the duties of the guardian. But the way I carry it out is different. The fire at the end of the 68th era was the same. If it were the guardian, it would use a reasonable and safe method to defeat the invasion. Yun Nuashing shrugged. Everyone was a little stunned. If the primary defense was gone, then the ultimate defense still had to be put up. It did not make sense that without the outermost defense, it would not be able to resist, right? So the observer would also carry out the duties of the guardian. But his job was just the observer. Then what are the guardians for? Chu Yingzhan could not help but ask. The guardians are in charge of the first line of defense of the realm of the gods. Of course, ordinary matters have nothing to do with them. Only when something major happens in the realm of the gods, such as when the demon world is about to invade or when a world fragment comes crashing down, or when there is a great threat to the realm of the gods, they will act to eliminate it. Yun Nuashing said. After thinking for a while, he added, after confirming that the realm of the gods is beyond saving if things continue to develop, then it will be my turn to act. A quick destruction, yes, that fire. Does the observer have anything else to do? Ming asked. Observer? What else can I do? Observe. Observe everything in this world. Yun Nuashing grinned. Everything in this world needs to enter my eyes, and that so-called guardian is no exception. Everyone shuddered. They finally understood the meaning of these 3 words. The observer was just an observer. What was important was the object of his observation. That being said, he himself was not always looking at the realm of the gods. He was only paying attention to things that happened at critical moments, things that could change the world. If he was really paying attention to everything that happened in this world, then he would be a voyeur. The conversation in their souls was very fast, and it only took a short while for them to return to their senses. Yuan Shang and the group of grand elders were still in a daze. What in the world are those big things? Yuan, she flicked his finger and pointed at the thing that was strung together by a long chain of stalactites. They only knew a little about it from the records. But even so, they still felt that it was inconceivable. There was no record of these strange things. Yun Nuashing fell silent. He looked at everyone and did not say anything. His smile suddenly disappeared, and his beautiful face was a little cold, a little dark, and a little gloomy. His eyes contained a lot of information that no one could understand. He seemed to be saying something, but no one could understand. Let's go back. There's nothing to see here. It's just a piece of wreckage. After a while, when everyone came back to their senses, Yun Nuashing sighed and waved his hand. A teleportation formation flashed and brought everyone away. Qian, you and Yuan Shang should go and deal with the Yuan family's matters. When you're ready, let me know. I'll drag the entire space and send it to the 9 Gods' palace. If you want to keep the outside as well, cut a circle around the outside and let me know when you're done. After they came out, Yun Nuashing directly told Yuan Qian and the others about moving. Her slightly worried and somewhat weary eyes made Yuan Qian and the others not ask anything. She nodded subconsciously and left with Yuan Shang and her group of younger brothers and sisters. A group of supreme elders also left with them. They also had many things to deal with. Since the matter of the sacred lake had been solved, they could ignore it. As for the huge amount of information, they would naturally have time to deal with it when they settled down. Only Yun Nuashing and the others were left beside the large crater. Yuan, she was still there and did not leave with them. Yuan Qian and the others were dealing with the matters at home. He would not be of much use if he stayed, so he was simply abandoned here. Yuan, she calmly looked at Yun Nuashing, who seemed to be deliberately avoiding something. He took a deep breath and asked, "Little star, what's that thing?" "What thing?" Yun Nuashing tilted her head and looked at him. She suddenly smiled and said, "Is there any fun place around here? I want to go out for a walk." It's coming. Yun Nuashing's avoidance. Everyone muttered in their hearts. It was obvious that that thing was related to some huge problem. Otherwise, he would not be so resistant. If they could see some sadness or pleading on his stiff face, perhaps they would shut up and not mention it. Yun Nuashing did not mention anything about what happened next. However, everyone was full of curiosity and looked as if they would stare at him for an entire day if he did not answer. However, the more they stared at him, the more unwilling he was to say anything. His resistance was written all over his face. All along, the things this guy was hiding were a little too dangerous. Every time, he would rush over to solve something. It was precisely because it was too dangerous, whether it was the source or the way he dealt with it. Therefore, they were eager to know what he was going to do to prevent this guy from acting on impulse. Xian and the others also agreed. At this moment, they were also forcing him to talk. If gazes could be used as weapons, Yun Nuashing would have been riddled with holes by now. Are you guys planning to kill me with your gazes? Yun Nuashing pointed at himself and said with a faint smile, "You want to compete with patience? The last person who competed with me has already died of old age." Everyone was speechless. It seemed that this method would not work. It seemed that the matter this time was so serious that this guy was planning to grit his teeth and not say anything. "Young Master Yin, it's not good to hide something from everyone." Qin Yen stood in a dignified posture with her hands folded in front of her. She smiled like a flower and looked at Yun Nuashing, whose expression changed slightly. She gently stretched out a finger and said, "If there's anything, let's talk about it. It's better than working hard alone, right?" Seeing her suddenly stretch out a finger, everyone was stunned. After thinking for a few seconds, they came to a sudden realization and said, "Oh!" When they turned their heads and saw Yun Nuashing's deflated look, they happily gave Qin Yen a thumbs up. This move was too cruel. Chu Yingzhan's reaction was a second slower. After thinking about it, she could not help but murmur, "Damn, this move is too cruel. Qin Yen, you're really." Yun Nuashing looked at everyone meaningfully. She raised her head and let out a long sigh. She said faintly, "There's no harm in telling you. Anyway, this matter has been fixed from the beginning to the end." Before everyone could understand what she meant by fixed, Yun Nuashing waved her hand and walked slowly around the sacred lake. They could only quickly follow her. The realm of the gods, during the early stages of the mythological era, which was the period when the heavens and earth were first created. The realm of the gods was blessed by the heavens and earth, and it gave birth to a group of monstrous life forms. It could even be said that they were directly born by the great deity, because they were directly born from the energy that had yet to dissipate when the great deity created the world. Those are the most ancient life forms. They coexist with the realm of the gods, and they are a part of it. They can never be destroyed. Even if they are killed or sealed, they will only be put into a deep sleep. As time passes, they will wake up again. Those are angry and chaotic life forms. They have powerful spiritual intelligence, but they do not have a clear thought process. They only have the desire to destroy, and their monstrous anger will be completely poured out on the realm of the gods. Legend has it that they have been sealed, but who knows? Let's not talk about the legend first. They have awakened once, and they have awakened in the time that I know. I call them world life forms. They sleep in the depths of the earth, coexisting with the realm of the gods. When they stretch their bodies, sleep, and take a turn, they will cause an irreversible and unimaginable disaster to 1/3 of the upper part of the realm of the gods. Chu Yingzhan's obsidian-like Mei Mao turned around. She thought of the thing that was bound underground. Green light swirled and danced, and it was very similar to the scene before it woke up. "Are those big guys going to wake up now?" Yun Nuashing was silent for a moment, and then said, "In the realm of the gods, the pillar of creation is rioting, and the frequent anomalies have caused the life forms in the realm of the gods to have the same anxious emotions. Some are big, some are small, and this uneasiness has formed a tide of thought that affects them. Speak human." "Yuan," she coughed dryly. Yun Nuashing glanced at him and said, "How does it feel to have 10,000 people holding a megaphone and roaring in your ear while you are asleep?" Everyone laughed dryly. Perhaps the seal was already about to reach its end. At this time, the pillar of creation's strange movements might not be sensed by normal people, but they would be able to sense it. That thought would also affect their slumber, and those violent ancient life forms would once again awaken. To put it bluntly, it's like the little friends of the realm of the gods have come out to tear down the house. We are all the innocent victims, and we are the ones being torn down. Everyone was speechless. This description was very vivid. "Wait a minute, boss. We know that the seal is about to lose its effect. But how do you know that the pillar of creation and the tide of thought have affected them? Didn't the legend say that the world life forms would only wake up when someone first saw them? Maybe someone had a death wish and bumped into them. At the same time, it affected the seal or something." Nightmare quickly said. Everyone thought about it and felt that it made sense. The stone wall didn't say anything specific. It only said that the seal had been worn down by time, and that the god who left the message in this era had just strengthened the seal. Yun Nuashing stopped and looked at them, saying, "At the end of the 68th era, the starry sky temple appeared and led the only clue to the realm of the gods. From then on, a long war that lasted 16 trillion years began." Nightmare and the others were stunned. They had heard him mention this many times. They didn't know why he brought it up now. Yun Nuashing seemed to have entered a memory and murmured faintly, "1,000 years ago, the starry sky temple appeared. Countless worlds swarmed toward the realm of the gods, and order was broken again and again. The sleeping ancient existences were disturbed, and we could only run around, unable to get involved in the war. Now you have touched the taboo. Whether it's the Changyuan realm or the Saint Spirit realm, we have the leisure to overturn everything. Let the karmic fire of destruction become the light that burns your sinful bones." Xian frowned. He had told them this once before. It was when the realm of the gods finished the invasion of the realms of the gods, and when he set off that fire, he even sacrificed the karmic fire of the red lotus. Suddenly, she seemed to have understood something. Her eyes widened in shock, and she and Feng exclaimed at the same time, "That ancient existence! You were the one who sealed those world-class beings." Yun Nuashing smiled silently. 16 trillion years ago, the invasion of the realms of the gods disturbed those ancient existences. I was the observer, the last line of defense. When the Guardian was empty, I had to take over some things. The turbulent war, the flames of war, the sleeping existences, any one of them could flatten half of the realm of the gods. If we gathered the power of millions of gods, we could fight them, but at that time it would only make the realm of the gods even more chaotic. The war lasted 16 trillion years, not because the war ended in 16 trillion years, but because we used those 16 trillion years to suppress those ancient world-class beings. When we were sure that they wouldn't jump out and cause trouble, I was the one who executed the final wither. And now the curtain has come to an end. Only then did everyone understand why this guy could accurately say what affected the seal. It turned out that he was the one who set up the previous seal. That's all. It's very simple. If the legend is true, then even during the age of mythology, we paid a huge price to make them fall back into slumber and return to the seal. That was the first time they woke up. The second time they woke up might have been during the great turmoil at the end of the Age of Darkness, or it might not have happened. Because there are no records, I'm not sure. The Age of Darkness did not wake up. Absolutely not. Shu Yingzhan said with certainty. Everyone was stunned. Yun Nuashing took a deep look at her, smiled faintly, and said, "The second time they woke up was during the 68th era of the Age of Antiquity. It was a short awakening, and we quickly suppressed them. When they were about to wake up, it was easy to suppress them again, but it was very laborious and took a lot of time. Fortunately, they did not wake up together. Otherwise, the realm of the gods would not be like this today. The third time, there was no third time, but it will happen very soon." Yun Nuashing sighed deeply. How long can that seal last? Everyone's hearts were beating wildly. I don't know. But if we calculate according to the seal that was set up in the beginning, the difference between the earliest and the latest seal is about 15 trillion years. Yun Nuashing's eyes were deep. However, we spent a lot of effort in the early years. Because the first time they woke up together, we had no choice but to suppress them separately. Not a single ancient book recorded what happened that time. Only those who knew about it and those who fulfilled the agreement to strengthen the seal after the event. Why doesn't anyone know about it? Yuan, she was puzzled. This is definitely not something that can be solved by one or two people. Why, if you knew that there was a large group of ancient life forms bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws under your, but every day, how would you feel? Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. Even a muddle-headed world-class life form like us has to spend a lot of time and effort to deal with it. A world-class life form in its complete state. Ha, Yuanshi. I think I'm going to piss my pants. Any world-class life form could turn the god realm upside down in this era. Currently, there were 100 gods and 4 heavenly gods in the god realm. One of them was even preparing to cause trouble. Who knew what would happen if it really woke up? Looking at Yun Nuashing's worried expression, it was clear that he wasn't confident either. Everyone smiled bitterly. So, this was another thing that they couldn't let others know. It was too easy to cause panic. How many world-class life forms are there? Nightmare smiled embarrassedly. His legs were trembling. Not many. Yun Nuashing flipped her fingers and said indifferently, only a few hundred. Everyone. This world should just be destroyed. Also, there's one in front of you, Yun Nuashing added. Everyone. Yun Nuashing laughed silently. He pulled Feng in front of him and rubbed her head. There's a very beautiful one here. I have 3 more here. He pointed at his head and smiled. Hearing this, Xian and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The 4 celestial gods were world-class life forms. It wasn't that they couldn't understand. They existed forever in the god realm and were mortal. It was just that they weren't sealed. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. Then she said, "Oh no, there are 4 of them. Chaos is one, and the 4 beasts are all world-class life forms. They also exist forever. It's just that this unlucky chaos was blasted into nothingness by someone and was beaten back to its original point. Also, the 4 of them aren't in that sealed timeline." The group stopped and shook their heads, indicating that they needed some time to sort out their chaotic thoughts. Yun Nuashing nodded and sat down on the spot. She was still holding Feng in her arms. Xian and Ming also came over. "Little star, let me tell you something." "What do you want to say?" Yuan, she joked. Yun Nuashing thought for a moment and sighed. "Find a place to live in seclusion and farm. Get married, eat and drink well, and wait for the god realm to collapse." Everyone smiled bitterly. It was over. The observer was in despair. They didn't need to think about anything else. "Then burn the god realm to the ground and move together," Yun Nuashing said. What was this guy thinking? Chapter 1088. It was supposed to be a perfect world, but it had been repeatedly tortured, suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth, shattered into pieces, and an ancient life form was about to awaken. Everything was pushing this world to a dead end, and there was no way back. It was so perfect that it made people despair. They believed that as long as this news was made public, the realm of the gods would be in a war before the demon world could even attack. There are several ice giants under the deep-sea glaciers of the northern and southern ice realms, and Yun Nuashing paused and looked at Xian, who was leaning on his shoulder, and said, "Xian, and I met one many years ago. It was a nirvana behemoth, and it was almost dead at that time. It was really dangerous, and we even walked around in its body." Xian recalled the incident in the Earth Grotto, and then thought about what she just learned, and her face turned pale. "Did we walk around in front of Hell's Gate?" "No. At most, we jumped around in front of the Gate of Reincarnation." Yun Nuashing shook his head. Everyone's cheeks twitched. Oh, and Yun Nuashing remembered something else. This is even more serious. Yuan, Xian, you've seen it before. Xian and Yuan, she were stunned and pointed at themselves in astonishment. Huh. On the way to the Nirvana Behemoth City in the East Sea, we saw that dragon. Yun Nuashing said in a low voice. At that time, I didn't recognize it because I didn't have any memory of it. Now, I remember that it was the Dragon of the Stars, also known as the Dragon of the World. That's right. Just like the legend you heard, it was a world-class life form. F*CK. That thing has already awakened. Yuan, she jumped 20 meters on the spot, and his handsome face was pale. Yun Nuashing was stunned for 3 seconds, and because a few girls were leaning on him, he didn't jump up, but he still shouted, F*CK. One of them has already awakened. Everyone stared at him blankly. This guy didn't realize it himself? F*CK. I'm afraid the first batch has already awakened. Even if there isn't, it's almost there, Yun Nuashing exclaimed. When everyone heard this, they also screamed. Once those damned things woke up, there would be a large number of them. Yun Nuashing hurriedly stood up. The Book of Epochs and the pendant lit up at the same time. With a wave of her hand, the light model of the deity world, which was more than 30 meters in size, appeared in front of them again. Everyone spread out slightly and surrounded this model. This was not the first time they had seen it, so they were rather calm. I don't know if it's too late. Even if it's discovered, there's no point in using it. There's no one in the realm of the gods who can deal with a fully awakened, world-class being. Yun Nuashing's face darkened, but she didn't say anything. She waved her hand, and the Book of Epochs released a golden light that swept across the god world. The colorful lines dimmed one by one, and all the colors that represented energy gradually dissipated. The god world became a model condensed from azure light. There's no reaction. Chu Yingzhan anxiously scratched her head. Yun Nuashing ignored her. The second ray of light from the Book of Epochs streaked across the sky. Then, the azure light of the god world dimmed even more. When it dimmed to a certain extent, dots of light suddenly appeared beneath the ground of the god world. They were dim and weak, like the stars in the night sky. They were so dim that they were almost invisible. However, they did exist. There were quite a lot of them, and they were scattered across the entire god world. However, they appeared sparse. What made their hearts tremble was that they saw a few extremely bright dots of light. They were moving above the god world, and they were definitely not underground. Moving? Xian was slightly stunned. Didn't you say that world-class beings are very chaotic and violent? Why isn't there any turbulence and destruction? If it's a being of that level, it can easily smash a huge hole in the god world. But compared to the destruction caused by world-class beings, the things that have happened in the past few years are too peaceful. Yun Nuashing was also stunned and frowned. That's right, it's a little peaceful, but I don't remember wrongly. The world-class beings that I came into contact with were violent, manic, and impossible to communicate with. Even in their dreams, their weak sleep-talking could drive a weak god crazy. I tried to communicate with every world-class being, but the only feedback I got was a desire to destroy. It's as if they were born to destroy everything. Destroy, 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 until there's nothing left. But now there are indeed 6 world-class beings that have awakened, and they are wandering around the god world, Feng said softly. She did not include herself when she said 6. Yes, Yun Nuashing also felt a little strange. The scene of the world-class beings going berserk had long been imprinted in his mind. Now, seeing a few of them wandering around the god world without causing any disasters, he felt that it was even more unbelievable than the collapse of the path of reincarnation. He scratched his head and mumbled in confusion, I don't know what's going on. Is it okay for us to just watch them like this? Chu Yingzhan was a little worried. Those beings should be able to sense it, right? I can't feel it. The observer's eye uses everything in the realm of the gods to observe what happens within. No one can sense this weak line of sight. I can even project what a specific creature is seeing or the scene of its location. Yun Nuashing shook his head. Chu Yingzhan was shocked. She quickly hugged her chest and took a few steps back. You perverted idiot. You didn't do anything wrong, did you? Yun Nuashing. After a minute, he finally understood what was going on. He suddenly became furious. F*CKU. Damn it. Do I have to use the observers to do something so meaningless and without any substantial gains? What's wrong with your brain? Can't you think of something more meaningful? Everyone also thought of something at this moment. They stared blankly at Chu Yingzhan, who was blushing. Then they looked at Yun Nuashing, who was furious and exasperated. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Little Star doesn't have much interest in that. What a worrywart. Xian glared at Chu Yingzhan. Chu Yingzhan thought for a while, and put down her hand. That's true. That idiot doesn't have that kind of interest. Yun Nuashing was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He whispered like a demon, one day, I will eat you. Chu Yingzhan stuck out her tongue and quickly shrank her head, pretending that she didn't exist. It seemed that her words had hurt him. She had to record it down. Patting his back, Zian signaled him to calm down. Then, we don't have to care about the 6 active ones anymore. Yun Nuashing took a few breaths of hot air and calmed down. It seemed that he was furious with Chu Yingzhan's words. He said, not for now. Moreover, I can't care about them. I can't do it alone. Even if I wanted to care about them in the past, I would have to pay the price of half my life. After all, they are directly created by the great deity. If they were so easy to deal with, they wouldn't have caused a disaster. We can only pray that they will be a little more at ease. After 1,000 years, we can wait for another. Forget it. I'll just blow up the realm of the gods and force them to sleep. Yun Nuashing was discouraged as he spoke. He let out a long sigh and felt that there was no love in his life. Don't. Everyone was shocked. I think that the level of danger at this time has already reached the alert range. We can execute the final wither at any time. Yun Nuashing thought seriously and even nodded. This time, it was everyone's turn to be anxious. When Yun Nuashing saw them like this, he frowned and spread his hands. Then, why don't you think of a way? For example, gathering all the later god-level experts in the realm of the gods? Chu Qin said weakly. Damn, then I might as well just blow them up for peace of mind. Yun Nuashing fiercely rolled his eyes. I admit that there are indeed some people who will respond to the call for various reasons. However, those who can be gathered, I'll be frank, those who are not heavenly gods are basically useless. Using numbers to gather them will only add fertilizer. Even the early heavenly gods are not that useful. They can barely protect themselves. There's no way. When Yuan Shi heard this, he spread his hands honestly. This matter did not seem to have a normal solution from the beginning. It was as if what he said just now was true. There was already an ending. Ming did not speak throughout, nor was he surprised. He only stared at Yun Nuashing with his deep golden eyes, trying to see through him and see what he was thinking. However, she quickly put on a helpless expression. She did not see anything this time. Brother, let's not talk about those 6 for now. Let's assume that those 6 are safe. Then, are there any dangerous world-level life forms that are preparing to awaken? Yun Nuashing muttered to himself and shook the book of epics. A ray of light flashed past, and the stars scattered on the model of the realm of the gods gradually extinguished. Then only a dozen stars were left shining on the realm of the gods, evenly distributed in various large regions. Yun Nuashing gritted his teeth. These are the ones that might awaken within the next 10 years. As for the danger, I don't know. I have never seen such peaceful, world-level life forms. I can't make a judgment. However, I don't think that they can be classified as friendly, even if they are not moving. At most, they are a hidden threat, and this threat will become stronger as time passes. Zian and Mei Mao flickered and pointed at a place. Little star, isn't that the Earth Grotto? Why is there one over there? That is the otherworldly behemoth, the one that you and I encountered. It is a world-level life form that is immortal. At first, we thought that it was going to die. We even took the heart of Earth and saw its flame of life extinguish. In fact, it had just awakened a little, and then it was tossed into a deep sleep by us. The next time it wakes up, it will be completely awakened. Yun Nuashing said in a deep voice, otherworldly behemoth. Feng repeated softly. She frowned slightly. I think I have heard of it before, but I can't remember. It might be a memory fragment in my bloodline. Does this name have any meaning? Yes. Yun Nuashing nodded. It can communicate with the underworld. Legend? No, it is a fact. Those who are killed by it will be banished to the underworld. Yun Nuashing shook his head. Underworld? Is it the underworld? Or hell? Yuan, she scratched his head in confusion, thinking that it was some other name. Yun Nuashing shook his head. That is another dimension. The underworld is the underworld and hell is hell. What kind of dimension is it? Chu Yingzhen asked. I don't know. I have never been there. Yun Nuashing shook his head. In fact, the celestial realm has several great realms that are associated with it. They existed together with the celestial realm in the beginning. However, the barrier between the two realms is too strong. There will only be gaps occasionally. Only then will there be weak communication between the realms, just like the demon world and the celestial realm. Zian and Mei Mao's eyes flashed. Then, where are the other realms? Yun Nuashing pondered for a moment. Then he snapped his fingers. The model of the celestial realm suddenly shrunk and became somewhat transparent. Around the celestial realm, a few shadows gradually floated up. However, they were just illusions. They did not really surface. Some of the shadows were even bigger than the celestial realm. The Southern Plains demon world was created by the demon race. The Northern Wilderness demon world has existed since ancient times. Among the associated realms, it has the thinnest barrier between it and the celestial realm. The others, celestial realm, the barrier between it and the celestial realm is too thick and cannot be broken. It is now known that the exit of the celestial realm is connected to a distant world. Hell, the exit is in the celestial realm. However, it does not appear at a fixed time. Little She has been there before. I have not been there, so I don't know much about it. Underworld, unknown. Yun Nuashing pointed at the black fog that was almost twice the size of the celestial realm. On the display, other than the demon world and the demon world, the rest of the celestial realm were all black fog. It's said that the underworld broke away from the celestial realm a long time ago. In fact, it was originally a companion world of the celestial realm. I'm probably the only one who still knows of its existence. There was no news about the underworld in the primeval age. I used the observer's eye to search for it for many years before I was able to complete this model. This is the true appearance of the celestial realm. As the reality realm, it has a higher priority than these companion worlds. While it protects the celestial realm, it also protects these companion worlds. The great samsara has never affected them, only blowing up the celestial realm into smithereens. Chu Yingzhen suddenly raised her hand. What about the underworld? The underworld is the underworld. It has nothing to do with the celestial realm. It is located in a special space. You can't go there using normal methods. If you want to go there, I can take you there. However, you can only go there once in your lifetime. Yun Nuashing waved her hand and looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. Forget it. Chu Yingzhen shook her head vigorously. It's nothing much. Those associated realms will not have a direct connection with the celestial realm. It is already the 139th era. Other than the demon realm and the demon realm, the other realms. Hell appears and disappears. It is a little strange, but at least it exists. Jin Jinwang has also been there. They should have some way to open the gates of hell. As for the other two realms, there are rumors in the celestial realm. Although no one has really seen it, at least there are rumors about it. Only the underworld is really a legend among legends. Yun Nuashing shrugged. But in fact, it is a space that is born from the celestial realm. It has different rules. It is not a big deal. You can just treat it as another world and then communicate with the celestial realm. Although this world seems a little small, don't worry about it. If there is nothing, we will not go there. Let's just take care of our own matters. Yun Nuashing sighed and waved her hand. The few clouds of black fog disappeared. She looked at the stars that were shining on the celestial realm again and frowned. She was a little upset. With a wave of her hand, even the model disappeared. We're not going to care about it? Yuan, she raised his head. There is nothing to study. No matter how much we talk about it, it will not change the result. World fragments, demon world, world beings, the great reincarnation. These things are really coincidental. They all come together. Any one of them is fatal. I am now considering whether or not it is time to move. It might be more comfortable to live in another world. Yun Nuoxing frowned and sighed. Why are you running away? Chu Yingzhan's eyebrows twitched. She could not help but mumble. Running away? What do I owe this world? Yun Nuoxing glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. Even if it is to carry out my duty, I have carried it out for several eras. The backup plan I left behind had maintained the stability of the celestial realm for 70 eras. If I did not leave the 9 divine temples behind and let them continue to manage the pillar of creation, perhaps the celestial realm would have been destroyed by the destructive ripples caused by the chaos of laws after several great reincarnations. The pillar of creation would be greatly damaged in each great reincarnation. The only thing I can do is to give this world a quick death. I do not owe this world anything. On the contrary, it is this world. Yun Nuoxing opened his mouth and paused. He mumbled for a while, and his expression became a little complicated. He did not finish his words, but everyone already knew what he was going to say next. Whether it was during the ancient past or in this world, the world itself was not guilty, but the people above it had never been very friendly to him. All the fatal things that were not exposed on the surface were only borne by him silently. He did not want to say these things. Even if he said these things, no one would be grateful to him, and he did not need these things. The observer, these jobs that were hidden in the dark had to bear what ordinary people could not bear. He had already endured it for many years. He was not a saint. On the contrary, he was a great demon. It was extremely rare for the demon king to save the world. Perhaps there were exceptions, and he himself was one of them. Since the world hated him, then let him disappear. From then on, he would no longer be involved. He would laugh at everything that had been destroyed in the ruins. Only his voice would echo in the void. The air was silent for a long time. Then Yun Nuoxing suddenly swung his hand and turned around. His expression was cold, and his tone was cold. I don't think this world has treated me very well. I hate everything except the realm of the gods. Everything. In this era, let this world live and die on its own. What does all this have to do with me? My footprints can be seen everywhere in the void. There are also people in the other world waiting for me to go there. Why should I stick to this and make myself unhappy? Everyone stared at each other and winked at each other for a long time. In the end, their gazes all gathered on Zian, Feng, and Ming. Their eyes were fixed on each other, and they were sweating. However, this time, Zian and the others did not say anything. They just quietly watched Yun Nuoxing walk away. After a long silence, they gently walked up to him and accompanied him on his left and right. However, they did not say anything. Boss has also reached the limit of his tolerance. Nightmare scratched his head and sighed. He was fine before, but when he saw the signs of the collective awakening of the world-class life forms, he broke down a little. After reincarnating for dozens of eras, he only had a few days of peace before they appeared again. Although it has been dozens of eras, the consciousness has only stopped for a short time. Under the heavy pressure again and again, even a saint would be furious. If it were you or me. Yuan, she's cheeks twitched, and he sighed. He would have broken down a long time ago. If it were me, I would have broken down even faster. Being an observer is not something that ordinary people can do. Nightmare sighed and flicked his bangs away. Chu Yingzhan rubbed her hands a little uneasily. Looking at the people walking around the lake, her expression was a little gloomy. Did I say something wrong? They looked at her, and then looked at each other. Yuan, she said softly, no. You just brought up some bad memories of Little Star. I guess you pushed the pace of the world's destruction. Chu Yingzhan mumbled. I didn't do it on purpose. Who knew that idiot? Ugh. Okay, I was wrong, okay? Seeing her younger sister and brother looking at her with disappointing eyes, Chu Yingzhan could only smile bitterly. She thought to herself that she would just speak less in the future. Don't worry. Although Boss is always competing with himself, he won't drag you into it. Nightmare crossed his arms and slowly raised his feet, following behind them from a distance. It's just that he's probably determined not to care about this world. Who knows? Yuan, she shrugged. Chapter 1089. The rumbling of the massive object reverberated between heaven and earth, shaking like thunder. The violent earth element and the energy of heaven and earth intertwined, occasionally colliding violently with each other, causing explosions that sounded like meteors crashing into each other, causing ripples to appear in space. Massive formations that numbered in the hundreds of thousands or even millions continuously rose from the surface of the earth. Countless large rocks fell from the surroundings and were captured by the formations, turning into floating boulders. It was a floating island formed from a massive boulder. It was several million kilometers long, and the light from countless formations condensed into a dazzling sea of light that carried this massive floating island into the sky. On this floating island, there was a massive and bustling city. Surrounding the city were various towns and cities of various sizes. The countless people who lived on the island had long since been notified by the ruler of this place. At this moment, the timid ones had all run back home and calmly stabilized their furniture amidst the continuous tremors. The more daring ones floated at the edge of the floating island, rising with it. They could not help but exclaim in amazement as they looked at this massive project. Outside of this place, there was an even more exaggerated purple-black barrier that encompassed this massive area. It was in the shape of a goose egg that arched high into the sky. What happened in this space would not be known to anyone. The massive crater below would also be filled up. Once the formation barrier dissipated, everything would be settled. Not even a single trace of energy would be left behind. It would only give people the feeling that a city had disappeared into thin air. As for what other people thought, they could make their own guesses. In any case, the Yuan family would not accompany the beginning of this chaos. Wow, how spectacular! Yuan, she pressed down on his messy long hair and raised his head to look at the massive floating island that continued to rise in his line of sight. He could not help but smack his lips. Sister, I didn't think that you would actually be able to deal with all of this in an hour. Yuan Qian crossed her arms proudly and flicked her long hair in his face. Of course, don't you know who guided me? We've already made some preparations when the Celestial Organization sent people over. All that's left is to mobilize a portion of the people and call back those who went out. In 8 hours, everyone in this city should have gathered back. At that time, there won't be any problems moving. After all, the Yuan family has such a rallying power. More importantly, it involves the Celestial Organization. Many people don't want to be entangled in it. Yuan Shang clasped his hands behind his back and smiled, moving all the cities and towns away and digging a huge hole. With the help of the Yuan clan's formation masters and some powerhouses living in the city, it's not a difficult task. Now the only thing left is to relocate. Yuan Shang muttered to himself for a while before he turned to look at Yun Nuoxing and said, Do you really not need our help? For such a large-scale movement, even a God Emperor expert would need a few people to assist him. It will be tough for you to do it alone, right? Oh, it's fine. Just leave it to me. It's just moving things. Yun Nuoxing smiled and gave him a thumbs up. She grinned and said, Oh, there's another piece of good news. Old Master Qin hired to send a message. What happened to the Qin clan? Qin, Yen was a little nervous. Relax, girl. It's not a big deal. Yun Nuoxing looked up and said, For hours ago, I confirmed that those wretched people had already contacted the Qin clan. Just now, the old master sent me a message saying that they had already arrived at the 9 god temples. I had already left behind a formation diagram that contains my power. It leads directly to the 9 god temples. Right now, I am settling the Qin clan down and making contact with the people in the 9 god temples. The Qin clan has already moved? That's fast. Nightmare was a little surprised when he heard this. Then he frowned and said, "Those people are confirmed to be from that god. The divine power contained in the medallion he was holding is not fake. In fact, it is very fresh." So everyone left together. Yuan, she shrugged. "That's true. The forces of God are not fun no matter what. What I don't understand is that their way of doing things is a little strange." Nightmare scratched his head. "I just feel that something is not right. What you're thinking must be, since you're a heavenly God expert, as long as you appear alone, you'll be able to intimidate the entire God realm with your strength alone. At that time, you'll just have to make everyone submit to you, right? After that, you'll kill all those who refuse to submit." Yun Nuashing said with a smile. Yes, that's right." Nightmare nodded so hard that he could see a shadow. "There's nothing to explain." Yun Nuashing tilted his head. "It's very simple. That heavenly God is still in the process of recovering. It might have already recovered to its peak. At this time, it can't let others know about its movements, because there are other heavenly gods as well. If they know that the guy who wants to unify the God realm is stronger than them, and has such a shocking plan, even if they have to sleep for a few more decades, they will take advantage of the fact that he is still in the process of recovering to give him a fierce blow, the kind that will penetrate his soul. So he can only keep a low profile and not let anyone know. However, he does not want to mobilize others after he has officially come out of seclusion, so—" Zian and the others immediately understood. A bunch of sneaky fellows. But even if they know, it's useless. After all, he's a god. Yuan, she sighed and shrugged. In the sky, the millions of formations surrounding the floating island were fusing together to form an even larger formation. The enormous force generated allowed the island to float steadily in the sky. The tremors also gradually disappeared as the island stabilized. Then the huge formations all fused into one and finally sank into the floating island. They were attached to the God formation, allowing the God formation to provide eternal power. Unless it was destroyed by someone, it would definitely not fall. Boom! A terrifying explosion of energy caused the entire sky to tremble, startling countless people. They all looked up in astonishment and saw countless stars twinkling in the sky. The sky was shaking as if the stars in the sky were about to fall to the ground like meteors. Some of the sparks were even gradually extinguishing. "HM?" Yun Nuashing tilted his head and looked around. Then he fixed his gaze on a spot and narrowed his eyes slightly. Yuan Shi and the others turned their heads in astonishment and were somewhat confused. "Little star, is this your barrier being attacked? Is it being attacked?" Yun Nuashing nodded. "Yes, it's being attacked. Look over there." A group of people turned their heads and looked in the direction he was pointing at. It was near the dome of the barrier. A few people had appeared out of nowhere. Their hands were flashing with a huge amount of energy, and there was a faint divine power emanating from them. However, those people were only high-level gods and were not that powerful. They should be holding post-god level weapons or something else. "Yuan family, we have decided to treat you kindly and allow you to follow our god, seeing that you are also a force of gods. Do you know that in this chaotic world, the glory of the past is not worth mentioning? The so-called geniuses and the so-called forces of gods are all ants. Their lives are worthless than grass. I never thought that you would make such an irrational move." In the sky, the Emperor God expert, who had launched attacks that were more powerful than the previous one, laughed faintly. He held a scroll in his left hand and grabbed downwards with his right hand. A huge energy palm that was 10,000 miles long slammed down with monstrous energy. Every attack caused the barrier to shake violently. They had been monitoring this place all this time. After passing down the god's instructions, they did not leave immediately. Previously, when they saw that there was some movement here, they had already guessed what was going on. Now that they saw this huge barrier being erected, they sneered disdainfully. It seemed that the Yuan family had chosen the most dangerous path. Could it be that they thought that they could deal with everything just because they had a god in their clan? Those past glories had come to an end. The God that existed now was the real God. He could truly control everything. Rumble! The starlight in the sky became denser. Streaks of starlight appeared from the dome of the barrier. The mysterious colors of the star field appeared and gradually filled the entire barrier. The people on the floating island were initially frightened when they saw that the sky was shaking. However, when they saw that the barrier was becoming more stable and that the powerful attacks could not even cause a ripple, they gradually relaxed. It seemed that the people protecting this place were stronger after all. The Emperor God expert did not hide his voice. He gradually increased the strength of his attacks. However, when he saw that the barrier was not shaking, he could not help but frown. He coldly asked the people beside him to help. With the god's order on them, they did not have to worry about not being able to break this barrier. Seeing that the barrier was shaking violently but not even a crack could be seen after a long time, everyone was silent for a while. Xian tilted his head and looked, then repeated, "Little star, your barrier is under attack." "It's fine. It's just little worms, subordinate. It's just a little worm. Even if it's wearing little worm's shell and claws, it's just a little worm. It's just using the god's order as a brick. It doesn't know how to use it at all. Other than being used to store garlic, it has no other value." Yun Nuashing shook her head. "Of course, there is still a trace of the power of a god. However, that's all. It can't even break the god's barrier of the Yuan family. It will take another 10 minutes for the space to stabilize." Yuan Shang glanced at the formation, then glanced at the people outside. He frowned and said, "I didn't expect them to appear just as we made a little noise." "It's normal. A god force that once produced a god would not be willing to submit to others. When they came to give orders, they would be mentally prepared to face resistance. However, it's fine. We can just destroy it. If we can't use it for ourselves, then we can destroy it and not let others come into contact with it." Yun Nuashing did not care. "It's just a futile effort." "Oh, there's still 10 minutes, right? Then let's play." Yun Nuashing muttered to herself. Then she smiled mysteriously and snapped her fingers. The barrier that was already covered by the stars in the sky suddenly trembled and shrank a few times inwards. Only the shadow of the barrier that was exactly the same was left in its original place. Seeing that she was slightly interested, everyone looked at the sky calmly. This fellow had a half-black smile on his face. It was obvious that he was going to cause trouble. "You don't respect the orders of a god. Then go to hell." A god emperor powerhouse with flying hair roared. His palm, which contained a trace of the power of a god, suddenly slammed down. It shook the barrier until it was on the verge of collapse. Cracks suddenly spread out. Seeing that the barrier was collapsing, everyone was stunned. Then they all laughed coldly. "A mere god force. Don't think that we don't know your background. There's only a half-baked god left in this era. He doesn't have the ability to protect your family at all. In front of a powerful god, you're just an ant. What god force? In this era, you're nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs. Everything is about to be rewritten. It's time for the god realm to be reshuffled. Those who defy fate will eventually be defeated. Only those who obey the will of the heavens can survive." An old man roared. "Yuan family, we'll give you one last chance. Follow my clan and become a slave or a servant. We'll let you live. In the future, my clan will conquer the outer space and we'll ascend to the heavens together. If the barrier shatters, we won't show any mercy." The people in the city who heard these shouts were speechless. These fellows really thought that they could shake their barrier. Many people calmly stood on the streets or simply floated in the sky. They looked at those people calmly and sneered in their hearts. There were also many people who were silent. What did this era represent? They didn't know much about this era. There were many things that they didn't understand. They could only remain silent and go with the flow. Only the sound of energy explosion reverberated between heaven and earth. The gods' emissaries couldn't help but laugh angrily. The Yuan family had tacitly agreed with their answer. In their opinion, they were simply courting death. Therefore, they were going to exterminate them and let everyone in this world see the consequences of defying the god. Stubborn. The crumbling barrier fell into their eyes and caused them to laugh coldly. They fiercely clenched their hands, and a terrifying force directly tore the barrier below into pieces. However, the moment the barrier shattered, a wave of energy surged out like a counterattack. The emissaries waved their hands and dissipated the energy. They were about to step inside when they were stunned. Then their faces turned green and white, as if they had eaten a dead fly. What appeared in front of them was an identical barrier. Flowing lights and colorful energy covered the barrier, as if mocking them for only killing a shadow after fighting for so long. Uff! Seeing the emissaries' expressions, someone couldn't help but laugh. Boom! Several monstrous torrents of energy burst out from the energy barrier. They didn't even blink as they bombarded the bodies of those people. Immediately, they were sent flying several hundred meters away. The heavenly god's token protected them and didn't let them be directly annihilated. They only let out a few muffled groans and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Bastard! How dare you defy the god? The old man was furious. His white hair fluttered in the wind. He held the scroll in his hand and spread it open. Suddenly, a terrifying energy, which was strong enough to distort the world, fiercely hit the starry barrier. Boom! The energy that contained a portion of the heavenly god's power was indeed not a bluff. When the starry sky barrier bore the brunt of the powerful energy, it immediately began to distort violently. Starry sky vortexes appeared on the barrier, twisting rapidly to offset the astonishing energy. At the same time, cracks began to spread rapidly in some corners. God? Laughable to the extreme. In the past, those experts above the heavenly deity realm who crossed the broken path didn't even call themselves gods. A mere heavenly deity. Even if you are at the peak of the heavenly deity realm, I wouldn't call you gods. You really think too highly of yourself? The corner of Yun Nuoxing's mouth curled up into a faint smile. He was only speaking softly, completely not putting the so-called God's token in his eyes. It was just a few words written by the God of Heaven that contained a small portion of the power. It was not like he could not write. He could just casually write a pile of words to smash someone to death. Brother Yun, it's done here. We can set off at any time. At this moment, Yuan Shang returned and informed Yun Nuoxing. Then he calmly raised his head and looked at the sky. He smiled faintly and said, "How magnificent! The power of the gods, huh? Although I could vaguely see less than a billionth of its power in some of the Yuan family's top secret records. It is far less shocking than seeing it with my own eyes. It's only a billionth of its power." Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to lead the Yuan family away, he suddenly smiled. "All right, since you guys came here with such fanfare, it won't be fun if I don't greet you guys. Xian, you guys go to the island and stay there. Everyone go. Don't stay behind to watch the show. I won't care if you die if you get caught up in the commotion caused by the energy condensation." As soon as he said this, the group of people felt their hair stand on end. They hurriedly led the people beside them and fled to the floating island. At the same time, they warned the people who were floating in the air to watch the show. Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the group of people making such a ruckus. He shook his head and sighed softly. He glanced at the crack that occupied 1/3 of the barrier and felt a little displeased. What a troublesome fellow. Fine, I'll give you a warning this time. If you don't listen, Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh and felt a little melancholy. However, this emotion only lasted for a moment. A moment later, his gaze focused, and he slowly raised his right hand. An extremely abnormal distorted vortex appeared in the sky. The distortion in that part of the space expanded from a small area to cover a radius of 1,000,000 feet in a few breaths. A soft hum spread throughout the space. The huge distorted vortex immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Their hearts tightened. Just looking at that place made them feel suffocated and their chests feel stuffy. A brief hum sounded. Then, a spot of light suddenly appeared in the center of the distorted vortex. Without any pause, the spot of light expanded explosively in a short moment and suddenly became an energy ball that was 1,000,000 feet in size. It was a purplish-black energy ball. In the center of it, there was a huge, profound, and mysterious golden rune floating. It seemed to be a word that contained a large amount of information. However, no one could understand it. The moment they saw the golden rune, they felt a wave of dizziness in their minds. They were so shocked that they hurriedly looked away. Only then did they feel a little better. Gulp! A strange sound came from the energy ball. It was like a giant ball of concentrated liquid in the air like a sun. Its surface was constantly squirming, and an incalculable amount of energy was crazily gathering around it, falling into it. The purplish-black energy ball didn't reject anything. All the energy that captured would be swallowed up by it and then transformed into a destructive energy. In just a few breaths of time, the massive energy ball crazily expanded. The people on the floating island seemed to see a purplish-black sun slowly rising from the horizon, causing them to feel suffocated. Experience the power of the mythological era. Worm, the power of the void will bury everything. Yun Nuashing chuckled in a low voice. His expression was a little gloomy. His voice seemed to come from the bottom of an icy cold spring, empty and cold. He waved his hand, and the purplish-black sun received his order. It let out an earth-shattering roar like a beast that had been released from its cage. It expanded uncontrollably, and in a few breaths, it almost touched the edge of the floating island. A gift for all of you. A gift for your idiotic sky god. Please accept it as a token of my respect. Hee, Yun Nuashing chuckled in a low voice. He turned around and disappeared from the place. The huge floating island disappeared along with him. There was no movement at all. It was as if they were not there in the first place, but a projection from afar. Now that the projection had disappeared, there was only an infinitely expanding wild beast left. The purplish-black light scattered a destructive light that caused the space to tremble violently. Bang! The barrier suddenly disappeared, shattering into pieces all over the sky. Those people didn't suspect anything at all. A wave of energy covered their faces, causing them to be blinded by anger. The moment they saw the barrier disappear, they all shouted angrily, "Charge in!" The few of them moved. Just as they were about to charge into the Yuan family, they suddenly felt an aura of death. The purplish-black light was incomparably dazzling and fell on their dull faces. The golden runes were beating rapidly like a heart. The surface of the purplish-black sun lit up with an incomparably brilliant light. The energy that could destroy reality and shatter time and space was rapidly going out of control. No, retreat. The young sky god's emissary widened his eyes in horror. His soul was about to leave his body. When the purplish-black light shone on him, half of his body disintegrated in an instant. At this moment, he roared and hurriedly blocked the sky god's token in front of him. He was about to use a method to escape from this place. It was also at this moment that the extremely bright sun illuminated the world in a dazzling white. The out-of-control sun suddenly let out a loud noise, causing the entire world to shake violently. Chapter 1090. The sky was a clear blue, so clear that it was as if one could see through the sunlight and see the starry sky. In the distant sky, as well as the limits of one's field of vision, there was a bright blue light. Space was expanding without limit, and one could see the blue sky above and the white clouds below. Floating among the clouds were 9 huge floating islands, as well as an even bigger island beside one of the floating islands. On the gigantic island, there was a bustling metropolis. Surrounding the metropolis were a bunch of small towns that had their walls torn down. The metropolis had become a gathering place. Many of the small towns were obviously hastily gathered together. In order to not take up too much space, They had to tear down the walls and fuse them together. Even the metropolis itself was showing signs of being rebuilt. Naturally, there was no longer a need for a gigantic wall. That wall was once used to defend against the demonic beasts and invaders of the god world. But now there was no need for it. Empty space was useless. Qin, heavenly sacred city, also needed to be transformed. Whether it was the 9 floating islands or the floating island that was as large as another continent, the people who lived there could not help but raise their heads and look at the sky. They wiped off their cold sweat and sighed before continuing to do their own things. Their attention was naturally not on the clear blue sky in the distance, but on the huge object that was hanging high in the sky and occupying a part of the space in their line of sight. They were 40 gigantic suns, hanging high above the space, emitting bright colors. However, compared to the 2 bright and dazzling suns, they were too mild and weak. Their light was not strong, and they did not release light or heat. They also did not have a huge gravitational force to distort space. They just quietly hung in a corner of the space, restraining their light and heat. They were only gigantic balls of viscous liquid, neither hot nor cold, as if this world had much to do with them. This dreamlike scene scared the people inside the space at first. After a long night, when they woke up, they discovered that there were 40 suns in the sky. If it was anyone else, they would have twitched for a while. The people who had just moved to the island were no exception. The sky of the Qin family directly merged with the space. Even if Qin Hai was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but feel suffocated for a few seconds. When the others saw this dreamlike scene, each and every one of them was stunned. They had never seen such a scene in their entire life. These 40 huge balls of liquid were so close to each other, only a few dozen li apart. Looking from afar, they were stuck together in a row, just like playing with a ball. Even the starry sky didn't have such a magnificent scene. Buzz, suddenly in this space, the power of the space madly gathered from all directions, condensing towards one place, faintly forming a huge storm. In that space, a 10,000 li wide twisting vortex suddenly appeared. It stood erect in the space and was still expanding crazily, attracting the attention of the people on the floating island. They all flew up to the sky to look at the huge twisting vortex that appeared in their line of sight. In just a short while, it had already become several 100,000 li wide. Oh, it seems that the Yuan family has also arrived. This scene is really spectacular. Was it like this when we first arrived? At the edge of the Qin family's floating island near the twisting vortex, dozens of figures suddenly appeared. Qin Hai was also among them. He looked at the vortex that was still expanding and condensing crazily and couldn't help but click his tongue. This little guy is really, I don't know what to say. How should I say it? Amazing? Oh, I don't think I can say that word. No matter what, he is still one of the ancestors of the Divine Hall. Although he has become like this now, there is a price to pay for underestimating him. The outcome is usually destructive. A young man with a golden body crossed his arms and said softly, "TSK, TSK." Little Star actually made such a big commotion when we were not here. The golden crown princess couldn't help but raise her head. The thin feather cloak wrapped around her body was blown around by the space storm. Her jade-like hand casually pulled a corner of the feather cloak to cover her head. The 40 suns had restrained their light and heat, but there were still rays of light released. This place was brighter than any other place. At night, even if it became very dim, there were still spots of light that flickered, as if to show everyone that they were inextinguishable stars. You didn't receive it. Oh, you just came back. I forgot again. Qin Hai patted his forehead and shook his head with a bitter smile. Palace Master Jean and the Golden Crown Princess had only come back half an hour ago. As soon as they came back, they saw the sun hanging in the sky. The Qin clan had inexplicably appeared beside them. This space was expanding without limit. This made them all stunned. They thought they had walked into the wrong house. After asking their elders for a while, They found out what had happened during the time they were away. The power of the gods. TSK, I was just one step away. Back then, I followed Yuang and learned a lot of things that other gods didn't know. But I forgot to ask him about the step he took to break through the gods. The suppression of this era is too uncomfortable. Ning Qianxue rubbed a strand of ice-blue hair and couldn't help but sigh. The strong wind pressed her blue and white robe and long hair against her body, outlining her graceful figure. Her beautiful face was filled with longing. A gentle smile hung on her face, sacred and beautiful. The suppression of the rules of heaven and earth in this era is so serious. How did you cultivate back then? Palace Master Jean couldn't help but ask. Ning Qianxue scratched her head. I forgot. Everyone, in short, Ning Qianxue's beautiful face was slightly red. She coughed dryly. We were outside the gods' world. I followed Yuang and cultivated, and that's how it was. But after he left, I found that I couldn't cultivate at all. The suppression of the rules of heaven and earth forced me to seal my god's origin. It was only until I only had a part of my ability to move that I felt better. Usually, when I used the power of godly right, I felt weak and had to sleep for a while to recover. Symptoms after returning to the god's world? It's the same inside and outside the god's world, but it's more serious in the god's world. Look at those old ghosts nesting in the ground, and that zombie ghost who jumped out to cause trouble. That ghost came out to cause trouble before it was fully recovered. Ning Qianxue crossed her arms and curled her lips. They also knew about the god's world. Those little kids from your family went to the little divine lands, right? Is it okay? Ning Qianxue asked again. She was referring to Yao Hua, Huasheng, and the others. This generation's divine sons, divine daughters, and future divine kings didn't have the first and second generation divine sons. After all, there were only a few people in the 9 gods temple, so there was no need to set up so many. They all sneaked into the little divine lands after receiving the inheritance. Hearing this, Golden Queen's face darkened. Her beautiful face couldn't help but twitch. Forget it. I'll beat them up when I catch them one day. I wanted to let Little Star bring them in, but they slipped away first. Not long ago, they made a big scene at the Phoenix Mountain with the disciples of the 9 gods temple. In the end, an emperor god intervened. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Palace Master Jean shook her head helplessly. These little guys were really good at making trouble, one more troublesome than the other. Time. Palace Master Guang could not help but sigh. Unknowingly, those little fellows had already reached this stage. Gradually, they had all grown up. The image of them when they were still little was still vivid in his mind. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached the initial god realm. Time flies! The mountain monarch and the others let out a long sigh. Stop sighing. There will be an impact from the spatial transfer. It should be over there soon. Let's get ready first. Palace Master Shui rolled her eyes at everyone and said softly. The vortex that distorted reality spun crazily. Strands of silver-blue energy condensed and compressed in the center of the vortex. The huge spatial power made the space glow. When the vortex expanded to a size of 10 million miles, all the light suddenly shrank. The vortex collapsed, and a dazzling white light bloomed. At the moment when the sky and earth were separated, everyone could feel the extremely chaotic spatial power flying past them like debris thrown out by a tornado. Everyone was also prepared to resist the impact. Buzz! Dozens of people got into position. The energy barrier was about to condense, but there was only the turbulence of spatial power. There wasn't even an impact. In the dazzling white light, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared. It was a huge island about the size of the Qin family's floating island. The powerful onlookers in the city were stunned. They originally thought that after the vortex collapsed, a huge teleportation gate would appear. Then, A huge floating island would slowly squeeze out of the gate. What they saw now was far from what they imagined. With just a flash of light, the spatial transfer was completed. Moreover, there wasn't even a trace of spatial impact. It only caused a large-scale disturbance in the spatial power of the space, but it would quickly recover. The people on the Yuan family's floating island who completed the spatial transfer came back to their senses in a daze. Almost the first thing they did was to raise their heads. Because those big guys occupied most of their line of sight, it was impossible for them not to notice. Then, half of the people in the city fainted. There were some ordinary people in the city. Just seeing such a strange phenomenon made their hearts skip a few beats. Even the God Emperor had to use his power to calm himself down. The control of this spatial power. Empress Jin's cheeks twitched. They could also move such a big thing, but it would inevitably cause some shock waves. However, the floating island in front of them from the distortion of space to the complete emergence completely overturned their expectations. It only caused the spatial power to become chaotic. There wasn't even a trace of impact. The use of spatial power at the level of a deity and the power of rules. This is the power of a deity's rules? Little Star has recovered his power at the level of a deity? Ning Qianxue sensed a little and was immediately shocked. Then she was overjoyed. Unfortunately, that's impossible. Just as she finished speaking, the space beside her flickered slightly. A group of people seemed to float up from underwater. Their figures gradually became solid. In a few seconds, they appeared in front of everyone. The person in the lead was wearing a cape and clothes that sparkled like stars. Her colorful hair fluttered lightly. Naturally, it was Yun Nuashing. When she saw everyone, she couldn't help but smile. Sister Jean, Sister Shui, welcome back. Empress Jean and the others' gazes swept up and down her body. They frowned thoughtfully. Ning Qianshue's expression changed slightly. She walked forward and pressed on her hands. She said seriously, "Little Star, you went to get married." Everyone, Yun Nuashing, was depressed. "That's why I said this dress really doesn't suit me." Even they said so. It was really like a young girl wearing the most gorgeous dress to get married. That was the dress that she had tossed around in the Qin family. Coming out from there, going to the Yuan family, and teleporting back all happened on the same day. This day could be said to be very busy. After tossing and turning for half a day, there was still some time before nightfall. "Your aura feels strange." Palace Master Jean frowned slightly. He looked at Yun Nuashing and felt that something was wrong. Reality was unnaturally distorted around him, and there were no signs of the rules being fixed. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. Although he had only recovered the rules of the second and third major realms of the divine level, his attainments in the use of the power of rules were superb. Ordinary gods couldn't even see his shadow, even if they used their lives. Palace Master Jean felt this way because he subconsciously kept the power of rules in a disturbed state in his body. He could distort the rules according to his will anytime and anywhere. He didn't need any preparation, and he didn't need that kind of long time to use his power. Ning Qianxue pinched Yun Nuashing's face and rubbed it with both hands. She said, "That's strange. What did you do? Even I can't see through you. Your rules are lower than mine." "It's nothing. I just recovered a little, about this much." Yun Nuashing smiled foolishly, pulling a small distance between his index finger and thumb. Chu Yingzhan pursed her lips. "This guy ate 2 flames, and then he became like this. It seems to be the 5th and the 11th. Sigh, I feel like I'm a world away from him." Everyone. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes at her and shook his head helplessly. He spoke softly to pull everyone out of their state of shock. "Sister Jean, I'll leave the matters here to you. I think you probably know the details. We're going to the southern plains now. There's a party. I'll go and see what that god is thinking. I have to see if the situation requires me to slap him into the cycle of reincarnation." "Everyone, don't you want to rest?" You just moved that big guy here. He must be tired, right? Ning Qianxue asked with concern. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. I used the power of rules and the token of the 9 divine temples to throw him here. He didn't consume much energy. Sister Shui, if you have time, help Sister Jean. She likes to slack off. I didn't move the Yuan and Qin families here to watch them quarrel. Although they might not quarrel, it's just a precaution. I won't slack off. Princess Jean glared at him fiercely. She reached out and pulled his ear. She said loudly, You, where did you go after leaving so many things to do? Can't you rest for a few days? Yun Nuoxing grimaced and quickly said, There's no time for us to rest. Many things have happened one after another. Many things are going to happen. I have to find a solution in a short time. Otherwise, the realm of the gods won't be able to survive this era. Ning Qianxue trembled violently and suddenly became serious. You, what did you find out? What are you planning to do? Zian Ming, remember to keep an eye on him. This guy is definitely going to do something stupid. Every time Yun Nuoxing showed this kind of expression and spoke in a serious tone, he would bring with him one after another terrible news, all of which only came after he returned. After all, this was an ancient heavenly god, an existence that once stood at the peak of heavenly god. Although he was weak now, he still had many secrets that no one could understand. He could see things that were very far away. Sister Shui, don't worry. I saw a lot of troublesome things. Some things may have been brewing for decades, but no one knows. There are some things that I haven't told you. During that time when you weren't in the realm of the gods, the Book of Myriad Realms took you to other worlds. Seeing Sister Jean and the others come back safely made me feel a little relieved. Yun Nuoxing looked at Princess Jean and the others. He looked around and said, The things that follow are very big, very big. The most ancient things can even be related to the mythological era, the moment when the realm of the gods was created. It was an earth-shattering disaster, but it's far more than that. With my power, I can only give the realm of the gods a quick euthanasia so that no one will feel pain. There's no other way. Everyone felt their hair stand on end and goosebumps appeared on their skin. They quickly focused. Some of them had already started to take deep breaths to prevent themselves from fainting, especially when they saw Yun Nuoxing's unusually serious expression. They knew that he was not joking. He was warning them as an ancient heavenly god. The 9 gods' temple had always trusted him. There were also a few people from the Qin family here. This serious atmosphere forced them to be serious. Everyone present smelled an extremely dangerous aura. I have an identity that I have never announced. The 9 gods' temple doesn't know either. Yun Nuoxing pressed his palm on his chest and looked at everyone with his colorful eyes. I am the observer of the realm of the gods. I am a miserable employee who was chosen by it. I am the last barrier of the realm of the gods. If you have all come into contact with the ancient fragments of information, you should know a little about this. Everyone present, except for Zian and the others, rolled their eyes and almost fainted. Ning Qianxue was even short of breath. Observer, legend, one of the 2 priesthoods of the realm of the gods. This was a secret among secrets. Throughout history, only those who were qualified enough could come into contact with this information. They could only learn about this from the bits and pieces of information hidden in the realm of the gods. This was a legend among legends. Because it was too old and too ridiculous, some people even thought that it was a rumor that spanned dozens of eras. No one believed that the world created by the first great heavenly god still had any observer or guardian. It should be a completely free world. Since ancient times, those who mentioned this were all laughed at as delusional. However, only those who were truly qualified enough could come into contact with this part of the information. Moreover, no one had ever spread this information to the outside world. It was also because it was too mysterious and too unbelievable that even Ning Qianxue couldn't calm down after hearing it. Even though the Golden Queen and the others knew that the 10th Temple Master was very powerful, they had never thought in this direction. It was the same even if he had some connection with the Pillar of Creation. This was because no one dared to believe in this kind of ancient legend. The Observer and Guardian involved things that were too ancient. They had been washed away in that almost eternal time. Almost no one knew about them. Yun Nuashing waved his hand to calm everyone down. Then, in a soft and slow voice, he spoke of many things: the demon world, the void fog and world fragments, the war in the myriad realms, the ancient world-class life forms, the realm of the gods without a guardian. The truth that had been buried was not very complicated. It was just that to trace back to the distant past, back to dozens of eras ago, there were many, many things that needed to be explained clearly and in detail. Halfway through, he felt that he was not speaking human language. The very soft words were deeply engraved in everyone's souls. During this time, Yuan Shang brought a few important people from the Yuan family to visit, but no one paid any attention to them. Instead, they were sweating profusely as they listened to the story. A few supreme elders took out their handkerchiefs to wipe their cold sweat. In just an hour, everyone felt that the 4 seasons alternated between cold and hot. Cold sweat poured down their faces, and even their clothes were wet. I finished. This is the current situation of the realm of the gods. There are disasters everywhere, and power is equivalent to nothing. The surging undercurrent is as small as a grain of sand in the face of the hard, ancient disasters. I don't believe in people's hearts. I don't think that others will do anything. Even if they do, it will be useless. Those disasters are already established facts. They have not erupted yet because it is not the time yet. The world shard could completely shatter the barrier of the Pillar of Creation and blow up the Zenith region. After an era, it would be exposed to the great reincarnation. Apart from the gods and some of the divine beings, no one would survive. However, before that, the rioting world-class beings would trample the realm of the gods clean. This is inevitable. The former would happen in less than half a year. The aftermath of the first disaster would forcefully awaken all the world-class beings, and then, I don't know what to do. Many things are still fresh in my mind, as if I had just dealt with them yesterday. When I woke up, I didn't seem to have done anything. I have to face it all over again. But this time, I don't have them by my side. I'm alone, and I'm dragging my half-baked body along. Other than carrying out another round of destruction, I don't have any other special methods. Moreover, I can't deal with that world shard. The realm of the gods must be preserved. This is the information I got from the Pillar of Creation. It's a matter of great importance that must be traced back to the mythological era. However, I don't know what it involves. I only know that I can't preserve it. I might not survive this era. The air was so silent that it was almost frozen. In fact, in the past hour or so, apart from Yun Nuashing's detailed and serious voice, no one dared to make a sound. Zian and the others had already heard it once, but hearing it again still sent chills down their spines. The air was so quiet that it was unbearable. They looked at him in surprise. They had thought that he would take on everything alone. They never imagined that he would be so open and honest with everyone. In fact, this was also the first time he had really asked for help from others. For the first time in dozens of eras, he was already very tired. He carried too much on his shoulders, and it was very heavy. He didn't say it, and it was very dark. He couldn't say it, and he had been holding on silently, because only he could bear it. He had been forced to this point. His eyes were dim as he asked for help from others. Ming and Mei Mao's eyes flickered slightly. She was distressed, but also afraid. Her heart was connected to his. That mark connected the two of them together. She was his lock, his key. Therefore, she could also feel his feelings. Hidden beneath that weary heart was endless darkness and twisted madness. The madness and darkness that could devour people suffocated her. He was already on the verge of collapse. No one could predict what would happen when the limit was crossed. Chapter 1091. His deep voice echoed in everyone's ears. It was hollow, dispirited, and somewhat stiff. The feeling of exhaustion seeped deep into everyone's hearts. They had never heard him speak in such a tone. Numb, gloomy, and powerless. There were many words, but when put together, it was actually just 3 words. Help me. Everyone could understand the meaning behind his words. It was just that he didn't say it clearly. Everyone roughly understood the situation. But how to solve it, how to help, this, at least from their point of view, even the observer himself was somewhat helpless. To put it bluntly, they were people with mortal bodies. When faced with such a big problem that only heavenly gods could solve, they also had a headache. Otherwise, why would those secrets be buried so deeply that no one could unravel them? With this matter in front of them, they wanted to help. But could they? No matter what, looking at Yun Nuashing's gloomy and somewhat sad face, the Golden Princess and the others felt a little sad. This guy who had always been at the front line, it was rare for him to show his weak side. They also wanted to do their part, but they couldn't think of a way. But at this moment, even if they had to squeeze their brains dry, they had to come up with an answer. God knows what this awkward guy was thinking in his heart. Maybe he was just joking. In fact, he himself knew that what he said was a fantasy to others, and no one would dare to believe it. Then he rolled up his sleeves and went to the front line himself. This was also very possible. I'm done. Yun Nuashing slowly shrugged and sighed deeply. A deep sense of exhaustion came from the bottom of his heart. Everyone looked at each other and frowned. This was the most frightening news they had heard in their lives. It caused their minds to be in a mess. However, there was one thing that they were certain of. The turmoil in the heavenly realm this time, the impending disaster. Even if the power of the demon world increased by 10 times, it still wouldn't be comparable. What do you plan to do? Ning Qianxue's pretty face floated with an icy blue light. She had just stabilized her breathing. Compared to the others who were drenched in sweat, she was much better. She could still maintain her calm voice. I don't know. Yun Nuashing shook her head calmly. I'm just bringing it up. These matters have huge implications. Everyone has the right to know. Even though there are many idiots, they still have the right to know. If this news gets out before the demon world attacks, the people of the myriad god world will destroy themselves. Palace Master Guang muttered to himself. This wasn't just a very big news. Any one of these news could change the entire divine world. No one could avoid it. However, to unite everyone, including the people of the demon world and the demon world, was simply nonsense. It was simply impossible. If we still can't resolve this in the end, I will take this space with me and leave. The God realm can do whatever you want, Yun Nuashing said indifferently as she rubbed her bangs. Everyone was speechless. Aren't you the observer? Is it really okay for you to abandon the deity realm? Yun Nuashing sighed. It's not a problem. Even if only 1/10 of the deity realm survives, it will still be preserved. The last 1/10 of the deity realm will never be destroyed. Besides, I have something I want to do in this life. I must do it. Everyone looked at her. After thinking about it for a while, they could understand. Although she had the title of the observer of the deity realm, if she had to unconditionally sacrifice herself because of this title, it would be a little too unreasonable. The ancient records mention that the observer was chosen by the world itself. Furthermore, it was imposed on her. She would not be given any special help because of this title. At most, she would be able to do things in the deity realm a little more smoothly. However, what came after was that she would have to monitor everything in this huge world. When necessary, she would have to step in and prevent certain things from happening. Yun Nuashing sighed. I didn't become the observer because I wanted to. Even with this title, it did not force me to do anything. I have full authority to deal with it, so naturally I can leave it alone. I only need to reinforce the 1/10 of the deity realm that will definitely remain. As for whether or not I can leave behind even a speck of dust in the great samsara, that's not something I can control. Palace Master Jin's shocked face slowly recovered. Golden light flashed all over his body. What do you want us to do? I don't know. Yun Nuashing shook her head. I've said it before. Everyone has the right to know. I'm telling you now because the situation has already reached its worst state. I hope that you're mentally prepared. When these devastating events erupt all at once, you won't be unable to do anything to save yourself. Let's just do what we need to do. There's still some time. We still have to deal with what we need to deal with now. We still have to live our lives for the time being. Yun Nuashing forced a smile. However, it was a smile that was even more heartbreaking than crying. Helplessness was deeply imprinted on her face. Who knows? We might be able to find a safe way to solve these problems in the next few months. Everyone smiled bitterly. Was that even possible? In the past, when these disasters erupted, there were countless post-God level powerhouses overseeing them. Disasters caused by world-class life forms had only occurred once during the mythological era. There was also a secret outbreak during the ancient era. They were certain that 95% of the people in the divine realm would not be mentally prepared for this disaster. It would only take half a day for the entire divine realm to fall into a state of panic. Whether those sleeping gods would be of any use was still an unsolved mystery. The observer was at a loss. He was only reminding everyone. As for how to let the entire divine realm know about this shocking news, that was another matter altogether. Since he had mentioned it and reminded them that everyone had the right to know, it was obvious that he wanted them to spread the news. The 9 deities' temple's influence in the divine realm was still very strong. Palace Master Jean and the others thought about it and scratched their heads in distress. No matter how they put it, it was hard to bear. Just make up a little bit and spread it out bit by bit. Push the blame to the divination masters and give some vague hints. What can't be solved easily? Chu Yingzhan spread out her hands and said nonchalantly. Everyone suddenly realized that this was definitely a good idea. Anyway, the divination masters were always mysterious when they spoke. Who didn't know that this group of people would be anxious to death when they spoke? Through the name of the divination masters, this news would slowly spread out bit by bit so that the people would slowly accept it. When the disaster came, they would be able to react faster and increase their mental endurance at the same time. As for whether it would be useful or not, and whether it would be of any help to the disaster, no one knew. Even if it was useful, it would probably be very little. Seeing that Palace Master Jean, Yuan Shang, Qin Hai, and the others were engrossed in their discussion, Yun Nuashing sighed helplessly and took a few steps back. Just as he was about to leave, Ning Qianxue hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed his hands. Promise me you mustn't do anything rash. Yun Nuashing was stunned. Seeing her extremely concerned gaze, a troubled smile appeared on his pretty face. He nodded lightly. Yes, don't worry. I've also said that this life is the limit. I have to continue walking. I have to reach where I should go. I won't risk my life. Ning Qianxue stared at his colorful eyes suspiciously and tried her best to ignore the charm of those eyes. She squeezed his hands hard. Absolutely, absolutely, promise me. If there's anything, you must call me. Definitely. Just like you also have things that you can't give up on, so do I. I can't watch you leave. These hands, I don't want to let go anymore. This time, let me protect you. Yun Nuashing was slightly stunned. He blinked his eyes and nodded with a smile. He squeezed her hands hard. Yes. By the way, the things that you asked for before have all been collected. Ning Qianxue thought of something and hurriedly let go of his hands. She took out a blue crystal from somewhere and took out the Book of the Myriad Realm. She solemnly placed it in his hands and said, The Book of the Myriad Realm seems to lead to the 8 Elements realm, but I don't know which world it is. It also uses the common language of all races. The materials that you asked us to collect have all been collected. Yun Nuashing's palm gently stroked the blue crystal. Hearing this, he revealed a trace of surprise. How long had it been? And they had already collected all the materials. Among those things, many were comparable to fairy items. They were even the most precious treasures from other worlds. Even the gods could hardly find them. Some of them were still wandering in the endless starry sky. In short, they were very difficult to find. He had already mentally prepared himself that he would have to wait for a long time. It might even exceed the time that he had set for the arrival of the Devil Clan, although this time had no specific meaning. Yes, I have received it. Yun Nuashing nodded and solemnly put the crystal into the pendant. It carried everyone's efforts. He wanted to open his mouth and thank them, but Ning Qianxue was one step ahead of him. She covered his mouth and shook her head. Go do your things. We will take care of things here. If you need anything, just call me. Ning Qianxue smiled gently. She held his face and rubbed it. Then she looked at Zian and the others. You guys keep an eye on this guy. You must keep an eye on him. Even if it is for your own sake, you have to hold him down. He will only listen to you occasionally. Zian nodded vigorously. As soon as Ming opened his mouth, Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes. Who can control this guy? Look at his expression. There is nothing on the surface, but I don't know how many things he is hiding in his heart. This is an old monster who has lived for more than 70 years. What is he thinking? Chu Xianling quickly covered her mouth. She could already see Yun Nuashing's slightly darkened face. Sister, stop talking. Yun Nuashing looked at her with a slightly darkened face. She said with some bitterness, Aren't I changing? Can you stop nagging? Chu Yingzhan slapped Chu Xianling's hand away. She put her hands on her hips and sneered. If you are really changing, do you dare to swear here? Yun Nuashing was stunned and hesitated. You are right. You must be thinking about something else in your heart. Chu Yingzhan shrugged. Seeing her hesitation, she could guess most of it. Zian and the others were also a little helpless. Although they were delusional that Yun Nuashing could settle down immediately, that was absolutely impossible. Therefore, they more or less guessed some of it. It was a tacit understanding. They didn't expect the former to say it out like this. Yun Nuashing glared at her fiercely. You know more. I dare to swear. Do you dare to listen? Do you dare to take the oath of the gods? Then everyone present was stunned. The only one who could take the oath here was probably Ning Qianxue. Yun Nuashing curled his lips and didn't discuss this matter in detail. His tacit agreement made Chu Yingzhan couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. There's definitely something fishy going on with this fellow. Everyone else actually knew this. They knew that this fellow, who was a bit straightforward and had a half-black personality, definitely wouldn't compromise so easily. Let's not talk about this. Yun Nuashing waved her hand. Now it's time to go to another place. Little Chin, where is the gathering that you mentioned the other day? We will teleport there. The southern plains, probably the southern plains. It is quite lively. There should be a lot of people there. Chu Chen said, It is said that not only the younger generation, but also some famous masters, god emperors, and so on will be there. The scale should be very large. Yun Nuashing pondered for a while, then turned to look at Zian. She nodded slightly and looked at everyone. Then it's arranged like this. Some of you will go to the gathering. I won't go this time. What about you? I will take Zian to the Forest of Gold. It happens to be in the southern plains. The origin of wood and the origin of gold might be there. Yun Nuashing's eyes turned and swept across everyone. Those who want to go with me can come. Anyway, the forbidden area isn't really a forbidden area now, so there is no danger. Those who want to go to the gathering can go and have a look. But be careful. As soon as she finished speaking, Ming, Feng, Bing Er, and Little Moon gathered around Yun Nuashing. They grabbed his hair or clothes with one hand, instantly making their stand clear. Big brother, I'm going too. Little Purple Soul ran over from not far away. The little girl ignored the adults' conversation because it was too serious. At this moment, she ran over energetically and jumped into Yun Nuashing's arms. Yun Nuashing smiled weakly and spun the little girl around twice. This little girl was always by his side, so he wouldn't leave her behind. I'll go. Chu Yingzhan also raised her hand and quickly moved to Bing Er's side. She poked her head out to look at everyone and giggled. I'm a fairy who wants to see all the sceneries in the heavenly realm. How can I let go of the forest of gold? Although the forbidden area is a little scary, the sceneries are very, very good. Everyone looked at her and suddenly felt a little speechless. Forbidden area? Sceneries? This girl's head must have been hit by a door before. How could a place that was notorious for killing countless people every year have any sceneries? The Forest of Gold's reputation was exaggerated. Part of it was because it was a forbidden area for life, and the other part was because the sceneries were pleasant and beautiful. Looking at it from the outside, the sceneries were pretty good. It would be better if it wasn't so exaggerated. But unfortunately, it still killed a bunch of people every year. Yuan, she looked left and right and suddenly grinned. He hooked his arm around Chu Chen's neck and pulled Nightmare along. Little Star, you guys go to the Forest of Gold. We'll wait for you at the gathering. Chu Chen was shocked. I think, what's there to be afraid of? Come with us to see the world. It's the same. Nightmare patted his shoulder and grinned sinisterly, almost scaring Chu Chen to tears. Chu Xianling looked left and right and thought for a while. Then he moved to Yun Nuoxing's side and waved at Chu Chen. Little Chen, have a safe trip. Chu Chen's face was ashen. Ever since he left the music world, his daily tasks were either being thrown around or being kidnapped. Qin Yen smiled and glanced at him. Then she silently walked behind Yun Nuoxing and continued to be a statue. Qin Yen couldn't help but sigh. His daughter really had a lot of opponents. After they finished discussing the itinerary, Palace Master Guang thought for a while and also stepped forward. He said to Yuan Shi and the others, I'll go with you. Huh. Everyone was stunned. Palace Master Guang shrugged and looked at Palace Master Jean and the others. You guys contact the Phaseless Cult and the other Guardian Forces. You can report to them what Little Star said. We've been a Guardian Force for so many years and aren't easily frightened. We can still take this kind of thing. As for what we'll do after that, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Then you can contact the others at your discretion. Palace Master Jean nodded and felt that it was feasible. I heard about the gathering from others. There will be many people coming. The scale might not be as big as the Taiyuan Grand Meeting, but the people who will come will be from all walks of life. There will be many forces participating, and the news will spread quickly. Some rumors will spread there. It won't directly disturb them, but it will spread quickly and widely. Moreover, it can be modified into something miraculous. Palace Master Shui also nodded and looked at Palace Master Guang. You have to be careful. For such a big event, those deities and divine forces might get involved. They already dared to put pressure on the Yuan and Qin families. Naturally, they would dare to make a move on the 9 deity temples. If they come to us, if they cause trouble, beat them up. If they don't cause trouble, let them go. They have to carry the name of the 9 deity temples when they're outside. This is their last hope for reputation. If they're scared and show weakness, what's the point of being a guardian force? Just beat them up. Yun Nuoxing put her hands on her hips and swept away the gloomy atmosphere. She spoke in a very domineering manner. Everyone was so shocked that they broke out in cold sweat. They had forgotten that this living ancestor was standing right here. If I beat them up, I can't even defeat a deity. I can run away with the children. Palace Master Guang smiled bitterly. He was only a thread away from that realm. However, this thread was enough to make everyone who stood at that realm stop in despair. The rules of this world suppressed them so severely. He didn't know how those deities managed to advance. What are you afraid of? I'm right here. How can we let those who are outside suffer? The 9 deity temples' fierce reputation has to be preserved. I'm still hoping that this can become a trump card. Yun Nuashing swung her long, colorful hair and said forcefully. Then she stretched out her hand and beckoned to the sky. She shouted softly, "Come here!" Everyone looked at her blankly. They followed her line of sight and raised their heads. Then they saw a dim golden sun suddenly shrink and fall towards him. In just a few breaths' time it flew to his hand. Its huge size also shrunk to the size of a fist. It emitted a bright golden light on his hand and shone on his body, making him feel warm. The haze in his heart also disappeared. It seemed to have the power to cleanse his soul. Yun Nuashing made a hand sign, and several small formations appeared around the golden sun. They circled it a few times and then slowly merged into it. Those formations turned into several rings, and each ring had 2 points of contact on the same line. When the sun shone on those points, it was extremely bright. It was as if there were binding chains around the golden sun, and the center of the rings completely overlapped with the sun. Here, it's for you. It won't be a problem even if you're not a deity. With your strength, you'll be able to kill a low-level deity. If you encounter a high-level deity, you'll be able to ignore their divine right suppression. You'll be able to escape. Yun Nuashing threw the golden star to Palace Master Guang. When Palace Master Guang heard that, he immediately sweated. He hurriedly caught the sun in his hand. As soon as he touched it, he felt that the light element in his body had risen to a domain that he couldn't understand. It also contained an extremely terrifying power and might. That power made his heart tremble. He had been working hard for this power for many years. Palace Master Shui wiped the cold sweat off her pretty face. She looked at Yun Nuashing gently and laughed dryly. Releasing a sun in the city isn't very good, is it? Yun Nuashing waved her hand and said to Palace Master Guang, "What's not good about it? This is made by little Guang's pure light element. With the help of my formations, it can be controlled very well. You don't have to worry about the energy. It won't use up all your energy." Oh, then I'm relieved. I was worried that this thing would become an uncontrollable killing machine and destroy a city or something. Palace Master Guang smiled and wiped the sweat off his forehead. How can that be? If we throw it out, it'll only blow up a region. Yun Nuashing grinned. Everyone was speechless. They felt that they had misheard something, but they felt that it was probably an illusion, so they ignored it. After repeatedly explaining that this thing wasn't thrown out like a brick and its energy was easy to control, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. A few palace masters looked at the smiling Palace Master Guang with a strange gaze. Looking at his smiling face, they didn't know why, but they wanted to stamp a shoe print on his handsome face. "Cough, then I'll leave it to you. This child is always worrisome." Yuan Shang coughed dryly and cupped his hands at Palace Master Guang. Palace Master Guang smiled and nodded. Yun Nuashing shook her head. With a wave of her hand, a huge teleportation gate appeared in the air. She looked at everyone and said, "There's no time to lose. Let's hurry up and set off. The days of peace are getting shorter and shorter. There's no time for leisure." Everyone nodded. Just as they were about to enter the teleportation gate, Yun Nuashing let out a loud cry. Then she dashed into the Light God Palace and disappeared. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what had happened. 2 minutes later, Yun Nuashing returned. She tugged at her clothes and smiled at everyone. "It's nothing. I almost forgot to take something." "What is it?" Xian asked curiously. "That world. It's growing quite well. I think it's already." Yun Nuashing chuckled. Everyone was stunned. Xian, Qin Hai, and the others all trembled. At the mention of the word world, they remembered something. That's right, it was the world-type god weapon that he had mentioned before. When they saw the uncontrollable smile on his face, they felt cold sweat all over their bodies. This guy was about to awaken some terrifying ability again. Chapter 1092. The vast energy seemed to have fallen into a cage and was trapped in this place, unable to dissipate quickly. They would be entrenched here for many years. The vast energy caused a series of bizarre phenomena in this place. Purple electric arcs left a trail that was only a dozen meters long. Then they quickly spread in all directions and lasted in the air for a minute. Finally, they expanded to a size of 1,000 miles, forming a huge electric net. Dense electric arcs swept across like whips. The purple electric arcs persisted until they reached their limits and shattered, turning into a large patch of purple light spots. Like a rain of light, a portion of the light spots condensed into energy clusters, while the rest turned into other strange phenomena. All of them fell into the huge abyss below. This was a huge crater with a bottomless abyss at its center. All kinds of strange energy phenomena were happening above and inside this huge crater. Looking into the distance, one had to travel millions of miles before one could barely see the ground at the edge of the dark abyss. Only after traveling millions of miles could one see the flat ground. The whole place had become a crater, a complete spherical void. At that time, there must have been 2 huge bursts of energy erupting from the center of the spherical void to the top and bottom, creating the huge crater. In the sky above the crater, there was an unnatural distortion of space. Some of the space that tried to recover collapsed into fragments, revealing a golden time barrier. Many people appeared at the edge of the huge pit, looking at the huge destruction that was definitely not caused by a natural disaster. Their faces turned pale and their hearts sank. They knew that this place belonged to the Yuan family, where the celestial Yuan city was located. Now that a huge pit had been blasted out, and thinking about what had happened previously, they subconsciously thought that the Yuan family had been wiped out. This was a transcendental force in the divine realm. If even they could be wiped out in one go without any news, then was there any place in this world that was safe? The answer was obvious. Therefore, when the huge pit appeared, many people who had seen the terrifying scene here flew to various places with the news that was enough to cause panic. They were not willing to stay for a moment longer, afraid that they might be spied on by people who might not stay here. They also planned to spread the news as soon as possible. I hope that those stubborn old people who have lived for thousands of years will raise their spirits after seeing the destruction of the celestial Yuan city. If this continues, the human race will be done for. This was what many people who didn't know the truth were thinking. Even those who stood here and watched for a while before quietly leaving. No one went deep into the center of the crater. At this moment, above the huge abyss, space twisted into a vortex in an abnormal manner. Powerful spatial fluctuations emanated from the vortex, causing a portion of the chaotic energy in the space to be destroyed and temporarily returned to normal. The whirlpool twisted for a while, and a weak white light flashed and disappeared. As the white light expanded and quickly dissipated, a group of people suddenly appeared. If one looked carefully, they were naturally Yun Nuashing and the others. Wow, where is this place? Chu Yingzhen exclaimed when she saw the huge pit that appeared out of nowhere. Idiot! You didn't have to create such a big hole just by teleporting, did you? How much resentment do you have against this world? Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes, the old site of the celestial Yuan city. When I left 6 hours ago, I left behind a huge energy ball. It blew up those people who tore down my barrier and the divine token in their hands. Have you forgotten? You're blowing up wherever you go. Palace Master Guang's face twitched violently. When he saw the phenomenon of energy blooming in the distance, he could almost imagine how terrifying the explosion of energy had been here not long ago. Within a radius of 100 meters, space and rules had been shattered into pieces, looking like sashimi. No matter what, it's still a divine token. It can't be blown up without using some force. Aren't hooligans dangerous after stealing a deity's weapon? Yun Nuashing shrugged. The last sentence was just a joke. Divine spirit weapons were far from easy to use. Everyone understood what she meant. Then we'll do as we agreed. I'll teleport directly. When we pass by that city in the southern plains, I'll throw you guys down and we'll continue to the Golden Forest. Yun Nuashing identified the direction. We should be done soon. We'll go to your place then. If we're not back by the time you're done, you guys can go back to the holy temple first. Don't worry. Yuan, she patted her shoulder and grinned. Yun Nuashing's gaze swept across his surroundings. Although this place had been blown to pieces by him, and all kinds of energy were chaotic and disorderly, it obviously did not affect him. After holding on for a second, the teleportation gate was successfully opened. A group of people filed in, and the center of the crater was occupied by all kinds of energy phenomena. Suddenly, a blurry golden light burst out from the distance and rushed into the chaotic energy space. It paused there for a few seconds and wandered around like a headless fly. The surrounding energy phenomena seemed to be affected and gradually weakened. The concentration of the chaotic energy in the area was also decreasing visibly. In the end, a large area returned to normal. The light spat out a colorful energy halo in a very human way. It was like a burp. Then it paused there for a minute. Suddenly, it flashed toward the southeast and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Yun Nuashing, who had already teleported away, naturally did not know what happened after they left. At that moment, a teleportation gate was opened from the void. She kicked Yuan Shi and the other two out. We're here. Let's go. Wah! A sorrowful cry gradually faded away. Palace Master Guang wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. When he saw Yun Nuashing looking over, he hurriedly waved his hand. I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself. Yun Nuashing laughed mockingly. I'll leave those three idiots to you. Yuan Shi and Xiao Chen are fine, but if Nightmare is disobedient, just pick him up and give him a beating. Palace Master Guang nodded and slipped out of the gate. His body turned into a brilliant light and caught the three people who had been kicked out. They were dizzy from spinning in the air. Then they landed in the city below. When Yun Nuashing saw that they had landed safely, she waved her hand to close the teleportation gate. Then she took the group of girls behind her and rushed through the void. The nearby void trembled slightly because of her movements. Even a casual acceleration caused the void to tremble. Because of the urgency of the moment, Yun Nuashing did not wander around in the real world like before. Instead, he directly rushed through the void. He constantly used the power of rules to distort the void and shorten the distance. He even used teleportation to fly through the void. It was more boring than before, but it was really fast. It only took a few minutes to go from the western region to the southern plains. Right now, they were rushing to the Golden Forest from the top of the Wanyuan city, where the gathering was held in the southern plains. It did not take too long to reach the Golden Forest, which was closer to the small divine land. Did you just open the teleportation gate into the southern plains, Holy City's protective barrier? Chu Yingzhan rubbed her eyes. She suspected that she had seen wrongly. Does the teleportation gate in the void have to be restricted by those god formations that no one is controlling? Yun Nuashing glanced at her. If the formations and energy barriers do not have a corresponding spatial seal, it is impossible to keep me outside. Chu Yingzhan thought for a while. Then she casually asked, Then, how did you walk into the city in the past? In the past, when I was traveling, I was slow. Now that I'm on my way, those who are in my way have either been killed or stepped over. Yun Nuashing yawned. Don't worry, no one can sense it. Chu Yingzhan mumbled and wrinkled her nose. She was also a formation master, but she could not understand what realm he was in. She felt that everything she had learned before had been overturned. Everything was brand new. The Golden Forest was located in the southern plains of the Divine Continent. It was closer to the small Divine Continent than the southern plains Holy City, which was closer to the center. Unlike the other three elemental realms in the Divine Continent, this place had the metal element and the wood element. However, the two realms were completely split in half, so it was called that. It had not changed for many years. The southern plains of the Divine Land was basically a flat land as far as the eye could see. There were very few hills and mountains scattered across the entire southern plains. If one were to change the scenery, it would be like an oasis in a desert. There were very few oases. In the southern plains, 70% of the land was flat land, while the other 30% was mostly made up of huge forests that reached tens of thousands of feet tall. They were densely packed together in the center and scattered evenly across the southern plains. The most special one was the Golden Forest. Across a plain, it suddenly appeared in one sight. One was a dazzling golden forest, and the other was an emerald forest. There was an invisible boundary between the two forests. Not a single leaf crossed the boundary, but the boundary was only a foot wide. From a high altitude, one could clearly see that the two forests were directly attached to each other. The layers were well defined and well arranged. Dense, ancient trees intertwined with each other, but there was also an open space. The towering ancient trees reached high into the sky. Next to the huge trees were smaller trees. The latter's curved body gradually formed a circle around them. Countless branches and leaves reached out from the trunk, carefully reaching out to this world, like an ignorant child reaching out to touch the unknown world. When the wind blew, one could see that the two forests trembled at the same time. Swaying leaves fell from the sky, making a crisp rustling sound when they collided. The faint golden halo dissipated at will, leaving behind the sound of crystals colliding with each other. Accompanied by the sound of the wind in the grassland, it was like a peaceful melody. Who would have thought that this pure and peaceful forest was an elemental domain? The term forbidden elemental land was just a term used by the people nowadays. Yun Nuashing still liked to call the four places the elemental domain. It was called a forbidden area because no one understood these places. A domain that was piled up with a large number of the same elements. For thousands of years, only the same element existed. Many unimaginable things would happen in these spaces, but it was also what he used to like to study. Therefore, he studied some things. The so-called Earth elemental domain was the Nirvana behemoth. Fortunately, when he studied it back then, it was still in a deep sleep. It had not woken up for 16 trillion years before it was slapped by him. In this life, it was about to wake up, but he pressed it back to sleep for a period of time. The Nirvana behemoth was probably depressed to death. After forcing itself to sleep for more than 70 eras, it was probably going to die from sleep. When Yun Nuashing and the others arrived at this vast and boundless elemental domain, the former's body suddenly trembled. He looked down and suddenly sighed. After this calamity, there will be no more forbidden elemental land in this world. Don't tell me you're going to. What are you doing? Chu Yingzhan thought that he was going to do something bad. She glanced at him, but was shocked to find that all the energy in his body was quickly dissipating. All the energy was retracted into his body. His breath became so weak that it was almost undetectable. Even his life force was restrained to the extent that it was almost undetectable. Before he was about to lose control, Yun Nuashing quickly pulled Ming and let the dazed angel hold him. Then he waved his hand and threw weapons and formations to Xian and the others. Keep them first. Feng, enter my spiritual world. Bing too. Feng, and Bing looked at each other. They tilted their heads and looked at him. They did not ask anything. They nodded slightly and then turned into two rays of light and went into his spiritual world. Xian and the others kept the pile of things that he threw them. Then he took the time to look at them and asked, "What's wrong?" "Ming, let's go down first." Yun Nuashing turned around and said. Then she pointed down and said, "There's a big guy under the golden forest. It's sleeping like the Nirvana behemoth, but the seal is about to break." Xian's expression changed. "Is it one of those world-class creatures?" Yun Nuashing nodded. "It's buried deep underground. The golden forest is a part of its body. I didn't look at it carefully when I was in the realm of the gods. I just found it when I came out. My breath contains powerful divinity. Bing and Feng, I have a soul contract with me. They are also infected with powerful divinity. We have to restrain it well so that it won't wake the big guy up. The seal is on the verge of breaking. Even the slightest movement will make it tremble. Not to mention that we're going to enter its body later, Yun Nuashing said. Chu Yingzhan glanced at the golden forest that they couldn't see the edge of. She silently estimated and broke out in cold sweat. How big is this big guy? The 4 world-class creatures in the forbidden elemental grounds aren't that big. They're only a few 100,000 miles wide, Yun Nuashing said calmly. Xian and the others thought about a few 100,000 miles wide. They couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. That was equivalent to a small city. How could such huge creatures not be considered big? Then how big would those really big guys be? The world-class creatures are extremely powerful, and their bodies are huge. Their exaggerated size is a kind of natural strength and natural defense. Their divinity and precepts are not low. The power of precepts basically doesn't work on them. Large-scale spatial annihilation also needs a certain degree to cause substantial damage. Their recovery ability, I'll be blunt. As long as the realm of the gods is not destroyed, they won't die. Only when they're almost half dead and reach the threshold of damage can they be put into hibernation. Before that, even the seal might not have much effect. Chu Yingzhan heard it and gasped. Her molars almost fell out from the cold. How did you deal with these big guys back then? While they were sleeping, I quickly knocked them out. In their complete form, I dealt with them for millions of years and kept wearing down their strength. When they were tired, I would seal them again. If we really had to fight them head-on, I reckon that I would have to destroy half a large area to kill them. Yun Nuashing frowned. Thinking back to the time when he was busy sealing these guys, he felt a toothache. How could he encounter such a troublesome thing twice? Doesn't that mean there's no other way? Ming shuddered. These guys were basically indestructible. Only those who were at the pinnacle of heavenly gods could deal with them. However, in this era, there were only 5 heavenly gods in the realm of the gods. According to Yun Nuashing, they were just ordinary heavenly gods. Yun Nuashing could not help but sigh when he saw the drastic change in the expressions of the girls. That's why I said that I shouldn't have told you this from the start. And when we came back to our senses, you would rush out alone. Chu Yingzhan asked subconsciously, even though she was still in a daze. Then what could I do? Yun Nuashing frowned and sighed. He could feel the hands around his waist tightening a bit because of his words and said faintly, I won't necessarily rush out. I've been protecting this world for many years, and I need to rest occasionally. But if I let them go, the deity realm will be done for. I can't die in this era. The realm of the gods must exist for a reason. What can I do? The 2 results are in conflict, contradicting each other. Things in this world are just so unreasonable. Fantasies and legends at least have logic to be found. But reality is such a F*** stage play. It will never let you live in peace. It aims to play you to death. It will first torture your mind, whip your soul, and then slowly watch you walk into the abyss under the burden, or close your eyes and ascend to heaven. Yun Nuashing sighed heavily. After Feng Air and Bing Air returned to the soul realm, Yun Nuashing thought about it for a while. Ignoring Little Moon and Yu Er's objections, he took them into the soul realm as well, along with the 2 little girls. Chu Xianling was also pulled into the soul realm. In the end, there were only 5 people left. It was rare that he didn't have to involve a lot of people. Every time he went out, he felt like he had a lot of people. He rarely went out with just 4 or 5 people. Xian was holding the Nethervoid sword. Chu Yingzhan was happily holding the Wind Pearl and the Earth Pearl. There was also a pile of formation diagrams hanging on her waist. Qin Yan was using the Gold Pearl and the Wood Pearl to constantly sense the huge forest. Ming was in charge of carrying Yun Nuashing and flying. Due to the problem of divinity and rules, this operation would be greatly hindered. At the very least, Yun Nuashing couldn't do anything casually. There was a big guy sleeping below, and if he wasn't careful, he could wake him up. It was like standing on the top of a balance tower. If he moved a little, the tower would collapse completely. Therefore, he could only act as a pathfinder, sensing and providing all kinds of weapons and technical support. To put it bluntly, he was just a support member. As for the Godhead weapons, if one didn't know how to use the power of rules and divinity, they could only activate great power. Without those 2 points, they were just super powerful weapons. With only pure power, it wasn't a problem to deal with some small matters. Therefore, Yun Nuashing was very happy to give those things to Zian and the others for the time being. He wasn't worried that they would wake up the sleeping big guy. Yun Nuashing and the others didn't immediately go deep into the forest. The forest was very big, and there was an inexplicable energy flowing in it. He didn't want to rush in rashly. He hadn't explored this place much before. He hurriedly sealed the world-level life form here and left. He never thought that one day he would have to come again and go deep into the forest. He felt that it was better to explore it from the outside. As most of his abilities were under his control, only his eyes were moving around. The other abilities that would cause divinity to spread out, such as the power of the stars, the power of the soul, and the power of the spirit, were all well hidden. The world-level life form was different from those divine champions. The latter might not be able to sense the abnormalities in his body, but the former definitely could. He had to be careful. If he accidentally woke the big guy up, he would have to consider using the chaos formation to blast the area of 10,000 miles around the Golden Forest into a zone of chaos. Completely killing a world-level life form would cause them to dissipate into pure energy and fuse into the conceptual layer of the rules of the divine realm. They would then wait for resurrection. They would be resurrected anywhere in the divine realm. First, their body and soul would reform and reappear in the divine realm. Then, they would go into a long slumber. When they completely recover, they would wake up again and could only be sealed again and again. At least they would know where they were sealed and could be sealed forever. Yun Nuashing sighed. That's why there are so many words left in that cave. Those are the messages left behind by generations of people who sealed them. Zian said softly, "How long has this been going on?" "Very long. So long that you can't understand." Yun Nuashing said casually and waved his hand to signal Ming to turn in another direction. They observed from the sky and did not directly enter the Golden Forest. There was a layer of energy membrane there. Zian and the others cut off the topic. She saw Yun Nuashing's slightly gloomy and reminiscing expression and did not probe further. She did not want him to remember what had happened in the past, but sometimes whether she was willing or not did not seem to affect anything. Yun Nuashing did not think too much about it. If they asked, he would answer. If they did not ask, then he would talk less. He was just absent-mindedly exploring the forest. Ming hugged him tightly. The girl's soft body was pressed against him, and he felt a little uncomfortable. Previously, when they were in the Jiasu realm, he was carried by Ming for a long time. However, he had something on his mind at that time, and his mind was always elsewhere, so he did not feel anything special. At this moment, he could only use the eye of the ocean to carefully observe. Most of his senses were left on his body, and this made him react. He was a little depressed, but Ming hugged him tightly, and he did not seem to mind. He did not know whether to move or not. Sensing Yun Nuashing's weak movements, Ming could not help but chuckle. She moved closer to his ear and said, "Big brother, are you not used to it yet?" Yun Nuashing mumbled a few words, and his face was a little red. He wanted to reason with her, but when he thought of how this girl would not listen to him every time he tried to lecture her, he gave up. Seeing his extremely interesting reaction, Ming licked her red lips, her playful heart stirring. Yun Nuashing seemed to have sensed something and hurriedly turned his head to point at a place. "That! Over there!" Then he was stunned. Zian and the others turned their heads, and they were all stunned. Chapter 1093. Purple and black light intertwined. covering everyone's vision with an overwhelming momentum. The light condensed into a dim curtain of light in the air, falling on the ground, dividing the ground into huge blocks. The sky became dark, as if it was about to burn with dark flames. The huge dark star with a terrifying impact entered everyone's eyes, occupying half of their vision. What is this? Xu Yingzhan was so shocked by this spectacular scene that her scalp went numb. With a whoosh, she slipped behind Yun Nuoxing. Big brother, it's the sun, it's the sun. The sun has turned black. Little purple soul, who was in Yun Nuoxing's arms, excitedly reached out as if she wanted to hug the huge ball hanging in the sky. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a full 10 seconds before he regained his composure. He had just casually pointed and wanted to divert his attention, but he did not expect to point out such a thing. He was completely sure that it was definitely not this scene just now. Just a second ago, the sky was still normal, and there was definitely no such strange scene. The squirming black sun was releasing a mysterious purple light, and the center and edges were bright, dark purple. The surface was like lava that was constantly surging, stirring up and sprinkling a force on the ground. The ground trembled slightly, as if it was about to fall into the sun. Little star, you didn't do this, did you? Qin Yin carefully glanced at him. Seeing him shake his head, she frowned slightly and took a step forward. The two orbs in her hands floated and spun in front of her. The metal and wood orbs faced each other and released stable energy, creating a strange energy field. Could it be another kind of divine flame? She still remembered the two strange divine flames she saw at the top of the God Realm. No, it's not a divine flame. There's no divine flame fluctuation, no fire element, and no heat. It's just that its mass is huge and it's super big. There's nothing special about it other than that. It's not a sun. Before Yun Nuoxing could say anything, Violet Knight spoke softly. With her confirmation, no one doubted her. It was very easy to distinguish between divine flames. It's a super amalgamation of energy. Its size is much bigger than what you see. I think it's on the same level as the sun in the God Realm. Yun Nuoxing reached out to block the black sunlight and narrowed his eyes. It's been hanging here for many years. Look at the forest below. Xian and the others hurriedly looked around. The golden forest was gone. Some parts of the forest didn't change much, but the color and elements had changed. It was no longer a bright gold, but had been dyed a mysterious purple by the dark sun. Looking down from the bright light high up in the sky, the leaves had a metallic texture. The domain of the metal and wood elements was no longer pure. Another kind of energy had forcefully torn apart the balance here. Even the special energy field of the golden forest couldn't maintain the balance of elemental energy. The metal and wood elements still existed in the air, but the confrontation between the two elements had disappeared. A third kind of strange energy had forcefully squeezed in between the two elements. The energy here was no longer calm. There's something wrong with the metal and wood elements. It's a little strange. They're afraid of something, so they can only hide close to the ground, close to the golden forest. Originally, the metal and wood elements should be extremely dense in a radius of 10,000 miles. It wouldn't weaken even if it stretched thousands of miles into the sky. But now, Yun Nuoxing muttered and looked up. A very strange energy. It's the energy that has broken the elemental balance here. What's going on here? Xian frowned and looked down. She quickly pulled Yun Nuoxing's sleeve and said, "Little star, look down there." Yun Nuoxing turned her head and followed Xian's guidance. They found what she was pointing at in a slightly sparse forest. There was a spot of white there. It was a white skeleton. Half of it was covered by the dark purple sunlight. The color was very dark and inconspicuous. They quietly landed in the forest. Yun Nuoxing stuffed little purple soul into Xian's hands and squatted down to examine the skeleton. It was sitting against the roots of a tree with its head tilted back. There were cracks on its skull, as if it had been hit hard in the head and hit the tree behind it. However, There were no marks on the tree where its skull corresponded to. There were also no marks on the top of the tree. It seemed to have healed. The tattered cloth on the skeleton had weathered away. Only a few pieces of cloth were hanging on the bones, swaying with the weak wind. There was also a piece of powder sprinkled on the skeleton. It shone faintly under the dark purple sunlight. There were dark purple spots on a part of the skeleton, as if the powder had melted into the bones. "It's completely rotten." Chu Yingzhan frowned and said, "I've heard that there are people entering the Golden Forest every year. However, no one has ever reported that there's a huge ball of light here. Many people have died, but I've never heard of this." Yun Nuashing waved her hand across the air and said, "This is already another dimension. We were probably transferred here when we entered the Golden Forest. This is still the Golden Forest, but we should have entered another dimension. I've just taken a look. This dimension is very stable. I'm afraid it's going to take some effort to get out. As for why no one has reported anything, it's probably because those who saw this scene are all dead." Ming said softly, "Just like the skeleton, there must be more skeletons hidden under the ground." The Golden Forest didn't look like this in ancient times. Yun Nuashing patted the tree that had turned dark purple. She was at a loss. She did not know what had happened here. He rubbed the dark purple powder on the skeleton with his hand. Just as he was about to study it, his expression suddenly changed. The powder seemed to have a life of its own as it tried to burrow into his fingers. However, his body was protected by a lot of energy, and the powder could not enter his body. He rubbed his fingers gently and sprinkled the powder on the ground. "Don't touch the powder. It's a little strange." "Strange?" Little Purple Soul looked at it and suddenly giggled. She ran out from behind Yun Nuashing and touched the dark purple powder with her little hand. Yun Nuashing and the others were shocked. However, they were relieved when they saw the little girl swatting the powder away. "Hee, brother, look." Little Purple Soul smiled and clenched her little hand into a fist. She placed it in Yun Nuashing's hand and gently opened it. Then some golden powder fell on his hand. Yun Nuashing was a little stunned. He picked it up with 2 fingers and looked at it carefully. Then he thought of something and quickly sank his consciousness into the spiritual world. He landed in the courtyard of the mansion and saw Zai and Saixia playing chess. He quickly ran over and showed the golden powder in his hand to the latter. "Is this dandruff yours?" Saixia almost dropped her chess piece when she heard this. "Huh." After a few seconds, Saixia reacted. Her pretty face turned red. A golden light burst out from her slender fingers and slapped Yun Nuashing's face. She said angrily, "You're the one who dropped dandruff. Elves don't have dandruff." Yun Nuashing rubbed his face that was shining because of the golden light. He said again, "But the aura on the golden powder is yours. It's my wings. It fell off my wings." Saixia mumbled and turned around. The 2 beautiful wings of light spread out from her back. She flapped them a few times, and a piece of shiny golden powder fell from her wings. "It's just some energy crystals. Elves will keep the energy they use. It's just that most of them drop from their wings." "Oh." Yun Nuashing nodded and grabbed her wrist. "Come out with me. I'll show you something." Saixia looked at Zai and casually threw a chess piece on the chessboard. She nodded at him. Yun Nuashing pulled her up from the spiritual world and disappeared on the spot. Zai looked at the 2 people who disappeared and sighed. He slowly tidied up the chessboard and called out to little Qing, who was taking care of Shi and Xiyin. He looked outside and could not help but shake his head. "Seriously, we've run to another troublesome place." Not long after, Yun Nuashing pulled Saixia out of the spiritual world. She pointed at the white skeleton on the ground. Before she could say anything, Saixia's expression changed slightly. "This is the power of the dark elves? How can there be other elves in the god realm? When we evacuated that year, all of them should have left. Even if they didn't leave, they should have." Kai Xia excitedly rushed to the white bones, trembling as she touched the dark purple powder with her trembling fingers. Her expression was trembling as she said, "It really is." Yun Nuashing pressed down on her shoulder and pulled her up from the ground. She was worried that she would be affected by the powder. "Calm down. This is a trace left behind from a long time ago." Saishia's sun-like eyes trembled slightly. Her heart was in turmoil. Her pair of translucent wings flapped quickly and unconsciously. It was difficult for her to calm down. The collective evacuation of the elves from the god realm could be traced back to several eras ago. She was the only one who appeared in the god realm in this era. She had sealed herself away for many years and lived a difficult life until she met Yun Nuashing. Now that she knew that there might be other elves in the god realm, how could she not be excited? Seeing her emotional state, Yun Nuashing couldn't make any bad conjectures. The skeleton couldn't have been here for too long, but it couldn't have been here for too long. At the very least, it was here before she came to the god realm. As for this place, he didn't see such changes in the ancient era. It was very likely that it happened after that, or even in this era. In other words, either there were elves left in the god realm, or some unlucky elves who had lost their way came here. Yun Nuashing pointed at the huge, dark purple light source in the sky and patted Saishia's shoulder. She looked up and her body trembled. "That's the dark star corona that can only be left behind by the dark source elves. Using your knowledge, it's a technique that only high-tier gods can use." There was nothing to lament about staying here and looking at a skeleton. After Yun Nuashing captured the lively little purple soul, the group carefully flew towards the huge sun. They were only at the edge of the golden forest. Due to the abnormal phenomenon, they had to slow down and carefully fly across the sky. After going a little deeper into the golden forest, the group arrived at the sky above a plain. The trees on both sides suddenly disappeared, and a wide expanse of scorched earth appeared in front of them. The scorched earth was set ablaze by the flames of war, and the remains of various life forms could be seen everywhere. The ground was littered with broken weapons, huge broken horns, bones, and the remains of some creatures. The energy here was calm. It had been quiet for many years, and the aftermath of the war had long dissipated. "They're all dead." The group stopped at the plain of war. Chu Yingzhan rolled up her sleeves and rummaged through the pile of bones, trying to find any useful information. However, she could not find anything. The pieces of clothes had been completely eroded by the wind. The weapons were also broken. There was a huge sword that was 10 meters long that was blown into 1,000 pieces. The sword hilt looked like a blunt weapon if it was not assembled. It has been buried for a long time. It's speculated that this was the place where the 3 races fought. Yun Nuashing squatted down and glanced at the broken bones and remains. Her mind kept churning as she tried to recall the battle that had happened here. 3 races? But they're only bones of humans and demons? Xian was puzzled. There are 3 races. There's one race, the elves. Kai Xia shook her head, knowing that this place might have something to do with the elves. She did not retreat into her spiritual world. She walked slowly on the battlefield with a pale face. However, she still calmly said, "The elves are spiritual and energy beings. They are energy beings. They are very similar to Ming's angel body. They will not leave any traces after they die. I found many traces that seem to be left behind by the elves on the enemy's bodies. Could it be that the humans and demons broke into this place and killed all the elves who stayed in the Golden Forest?" Chu Yingzhan's face twitched. There were very few traces of weapons that fell on the ground on the skeletons of the humans and demons. Perhaps the weapons were once left on their bodies and disappeared with the wind. Perhaps they were not left behind at all. The broken bones on the ground were obviously scattered naturally after the bones melted. Other than that, most of the skeletons were still intact. If it was caused by weapons, there should be a lot of broken bones. During a battle, broken limbs and wreckage would easily fall to the ground. However, these skeletons other than the natural loosening after the bones melted. The rest of them are still intact. Yun Nuashing muttered, 80% of the skeletons died from the impact of energy. Ming nodded. Those that died from the impact of energy either did not leave behind a corpse or were directly shaken to death. It was very much in line with his guess. There are no other skeletons on the battlefield that are good at using energy. It could only be. Chu Yingzhan rummaged for a piece of metal and casually patted it, intending to find something from it. However, she frowned after a while. Even the metal armor was too corroded. It was as if it was left behind tens of millions of years ago. Everything was completely corroded. Chu Yingzhan casually threw it away when she saw that it was worthless. I can't find any useful information. Chu Yingzhan was distressed as she pushed away a broken sword in front of her. She then picked up a piece of red metal and sighed. Everything has been corroded. There's nothing left behind. Kai Xia had no memory of this place. Even if she knew that there might be information related to elves here, it would be the same. She was thrown from her hometown to the realm of the gods. The only connection she had was her identity as an elf. However, this battlefield was already empty. There was no energy left behind. As elves were made of energy, they would not leave behind any remains after death. Kai Xia could only slowly observe, hoping to find some useful clues. Everyone wandered around this scorched plain. The place that was burned by the flames of war was thousands of miles away. There were also many traces of battle that stretched far away. This huge battlefield was piled with countless bones. This was a battle, but it was an encounter. The scorched plain was obviously the place where the battle was most concentrated. However, there were no traces of pre-battle preparations in the surrounding areas. Perhaps it had been corroded by time. There were no traces left behind, causing them to mistakenly judge that this was an encounter. However, this did not hinder them. There was no use in analyzing the nature of this battle. It was enough to know that there was a battle here. This is the pile of crystals left behind by the dark elf when she sacrificed herself to release all of her energy. Kai Xia saw the pile of crystals and quickly ran over. Her tone was a little uneasy. The elves would not leave any traces when they died. However, when they released their energy, they would leave traces. This pile of crystals could almost be regarded as the last trace left behind by the dark elf that they had never met before. The crystals did not fade away with time. Instead, they were left here. It fought against two powerful demonic beasts by itself. Chu Yingzhan searched the two huge piles of skeletons and the surrounding forest for a while. She came back with a dusty face. She patted the dust off her body and muttered, "You elves did not leave any weapons behind." Kai Xia shook her head. The elves are masters of energy. Occasionally, there would be elven warriors who liked to fight in close combat. They would also use their own energy to form weapons and solidify them. The weapons they created were the most suitable for themselves. However, those weapons would quickly disappear after their death. It would be very difficult to find any of the elves' relics, except for this. She pointed at the pile of dark purple crystals on the ground. Chu Yingzhan felt a little helpless. This pile of things would be stained with the strange black spots when she touched it. It felt very strange. She was just looking for her collection. She did not want to stain herself with any strange things. This space was probably the last trace left by the elves in the realm of the gods. Although it appeared in front of them as the remains of a battle, they still did not know why the war started. But standing here, they could still feel the ferocious aura of the fierce battle. Until the battle turned thousands of miles into a wasteland, the beautiful lives and scenes that were said to be in the legends were placed here. Cold, dead, and covered in dust for tens of millions of years. By the time they left the wasteland, they had seen countless corpses. There were more corpses on the edge of the wasteland than in the center of the wasteland. Many of the corpses near the center of the wasteland were directly destroyed by the powerful blast. At the edge of the wasteland, there was not much energy that swept across the battlefield. Instead, there were more corpses, "Hey, brother, there's something over there." Little Purple Soul suddenly interrupted their thoughts. She tossed around in Yun Nuashing's arms and quickly pointed at a place. "There's something over there. It's very similar to Sister Kai Xia's." Yun Nuashing and the others looked at each other and immediately quickened their pace. They bypassed the woods and soon came to the place pointed by Little Purple Soul. A crater that was probably thousands of feet wide appeared in everyone's sight. The ground had sunk dozens of meters, but the ground around the crater was still scorched black. There were strange bulges on the ground, which were not caused by the movement of the earth or by heavy objects hitting the ground. It was more like something had triggered it. And the thing that had triggered the change of the earth was most likely a high-level earth element god. The thing that had appeared in the center of the crater had confirmed Yun Nuashing's guess. At the bottom of the crater, there was a skeleton that looked very similar to a human skeleton. It was kneeling on the ground with its upper body upright and its head tilted to the sky. Its right hand was stretched out towards the sky as if it was trying to grab something. On its left and right side, there was a rock pillar that supported its upper body. A dark purple sword pierced through the skeleton's chest and stabbed into the ground. At the end of the sword's hilt, there were some energy crystals that had condensed into an exquisite decoration. The sword was engraved with runes that Yun Nuashing could not understand at the moment. This high-level earth elemental god was pierced through by a sword that came from the sky and nailed to the ground. The person who threw the sword that year an elf. Who knew how strong she was? Didn't you say that elves would not leave behind relics? Chu Yingzhan glanced at Kai Xia and pointed at the dark purple sword that was stabbed into the ground. There is a strong aura on this sword that is very similar to the aura of your life origin. Don't tell me that this was left behind by a human. Kai Xia scratched her cheek and quickly thought about it. After a long time, she said, "Under normal circumstances, elves would not leave behind relics like weapons, unless the elf put most of his energy into weapons. Just like you human blacksmiths, we call them weapon elves. It is a sub-profession that can create special weapons that are suitable for elves. But the future is bleak, because elves like to make their own weapons. The weapons made by other elves are more or less unsuitable, but it is true that they are very powerful. Some royal soldiers like to buy weapons made by weapon elves, and after they fully accept the weapons, they can integrate them with their own bodies. It is a higher level of cultivation. As long as they can get through the early stages of familiarity and accept the shape of the weapon, they can become more powerful." Yun Nuashing nodded and said, "Although it was like this, there were still many elves who liked to use the weapons they made themselves. Just looking at the battlefield, there were many wreckages left behind by humans and beasts. It was hard to find an elven relic after traveling so far. Then this sword should be made by weapon elves, but I don't know who left it behind." Chu Yingzhan carefully reached out and wanted to touch it, but after thinking about it, she did not take the risk and only blew at the exquisite sword. "Probably." Kai Xia squatted down and looked at the dark purple sword with a dignified expression. "I don't know either." Yun Nuashing almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "If you don't know, then why are you so serious? You're usually like this too." Kai Xia stuck out her tongue and forcefully turned her head. Her blonde hair was thrown in his face, making him dumbfounded. Everyone did not know why they thought of the saying that things were like their owners, and it quickly filled their minds and could not be erased. Chapter 1094. After millions of years, the once beautiful scenery had unwittingly changed. Most of its land had been flattened by a wide scorched earth, before being cut apart by a dark purple fissure that ran through two forests. It was like a hideous scar branded on the land, as if the power of some weapon had torn the hard earth apart, causing the surrounding space to become chaotic. Even far away, light streams would be bent as they passed. The bottom of the fissure was brimming with mysterious and unsettling light. The floating light and shadow gathered into illusions of the past, and one could still vaguely see the beautiful scenery of the golden forest. Jumping into the fissure that flickered with dark purple light was like falling into a bottomless abyss, with no bottom to be reached. The distorted and chaotic light and shadow indicated the chaotic energy turbulence here, and the 100-mile-wide fissure felt as if the cliffs on both sides were right beside them. Yun Nuashing and the others were rapidly diving into the fissure. Around them, bizarre and inconceivable flashes of light would suddenly brighten and quickly disappear, as if stars were extinguished and galaxies were disintegrating. The fissure was the only trace of energy left at the edge of the battlefield. Everywhere else was deathly silent. Logically speaking, this place should have been the center of the Golden Forest, but the heart of the forest that spanned hundreds of thousands of miles had become a scorched wasteland. There were no signs of life, and only the towering trees were left swaying in the wind. They were the witnesses of the war millions of years ago, but they were just silent witnesses, unable to tell anyone what they had seen. 10 minutes later, floating spots of light began to appear in the surrounding space. The dark purple spots of light formed a long strip here, lining up towards the two ends of the crack. They moved up and down rapidly like restless spirits. The frequency was very fast. At a glance, it looked like a dark purple bolt of lightning flashing across the 100-mile-wide crack. Following the intrusion of the uninvited guests, the orderly little elves suddenly stopped. Like fireflies in the dark night, they flew up from the grassland in panic and circled around the crowd in confusion. Like a storm, they were startled. When the dark purple light spots fled in disorder, the crowd seemed to see a scene contained in those light spots. A firestorm that went out of control, dark purple lightning that filled the sky, a mountain that appeared in the sky, and a huge shadow of a demon beast that appeared in the sky. The light spots that filled the sky exploded, turning into rain, lightning, and flames that fell from the sky. Even the fury of nature could not stir up such a storm. The world was filled with figures, elements, and various energies that almost filled the entire field of vision. In the end, it was impossible to distinguish what they were looking at, and they all had an expression of not knowing what they were looking at. "You haven't told us why we suddenly jumped down." The energy barrier flickered rapidly. For a moment, everyone felt that it was trembling rapidly, as if it was about to break. Chu Yingzhan was so shocked that she trembled violently. She could not help but lean closer to Yun Nuashing and say hurriedly, "Qin Yan and Ziyin were holding the celestial weapons to maintain the barrier." Even though the weapons themselves were controlled by Yun Nuashing's power and did not require much energy from them, they still subconsciously poured energy into the barrier. The concentration of energy in the surroundings was so concentrated that it could squash people, which made them feel a little nervous. This was the first time they had done something like this. In the past, Yun Nuashing was the one who did things like jumping into a trap and maintaining the energy barrier. But now, she was afraid of someone who was dozing off under the ground, so she had no choice but to leave it to them. In the past, he looked like he was taking a stroll in the park. It was not until they took over the task that they realized it was not simple at all. "You've asked 12 times. You haven't stopped since you jumped down." Ming sighed and glanced at her with his golden eyes. Then he quickly said to Ziyin, "And Ziyin, Sister Ziyin, you must hold on. I'm trying my best." Ziyin smiled bitterly. She was holding a divine weapon and a Godspark weapon, which made her feel like she had a mountain of pear. These violent things were much more difficult to control than she had imagined. Qin Yan's face was also covered in sweat. She felt like she was not holding a divine weapon that could protect them, but a bomb that could bury them here, even though this bomb was really quiet. So why did we come down to this place? Chu Yingzhan was going crazy. She was the first to discover this big crack. She did not expect Yun Nuashing to suggest that they jump down to take a look. Then, a group of people jumped down unexpectedly. Except for himself, no one could react. By the time they came back to their senses, they had already fallen for a long time in the crack. The energy barrier had already been opened. The energy of the battle thousands of years ago has been entangled in the crack and has not dissipated yet. Xian's origin of gold and origin of wood are likely to have rushed into the golden forest. They also need a powerful source of energy to restore themselves. So far, there are only two huge sources of energy found in this fake golden forest. Yun Nuashing pointed down and then to the sky. Ming said, "The big crack and the dark purple sun in the sky." Yun Nuashing nodded. "But we can't rule out the possibility that we haven't found yet. And to be honest, I suspect that the two origin of wood and origin would have rushed into this place or the golden forest. I still don't know how they came in. Of course, I have shrunk all the energy into a ball, so I can't find anything. We can only look around like this. Hopefully, everything will go smoothly." Xian waved away the dark purple light that was spinning in front of her. She forced herself to turn around and give Yun Nuashing and the others a thumbs up. She smiled and said, "Don't worry. Leave it to us." Yun Nuashing sighed. "Girl, your hands are shaking. Focus." Yen quickly turned around and tried to control the dark ruined sword and the dark origin bead in a fluster. Actually, the former was easier to control as it had its own soul and consciousness. She was also familiar with the dark ruined sword, so it was easy for her to control it. However, the energy contained in the dark origin bead was not something she could easily control. The dark ruined sword still had to help control the dark origin bead to prevent Ziyen from messing things up. Also, I told you that you only need to use a little bit of energy, but if you can't control it, then use it steadily. Imagine that you are elegantly pouring tea and pulling out a thin stream of tea. Don't throw a pot of tea at someone's face. Yun Nuashing raised her eyebrows and taught them in a serious tone. Xian and Qin Yan hurriedly tried to do as she said. However, it was their first time using a weapon of this level, and it was too difficult for them. Even if they were talented and intelligent, it was not easy for them to control it. They were still working on it. "Brother, I suddenly feel like you've given up your authority to kill and handed the task to us," Ming whispered into Yun Nuashing's ear. Her breath smelled like orchids. Yun Nuashing shuddered violently. This girl knew that he was afraid of this move. When she hugged him, she would blow into his ear from time to time. He shuddered as if he had been in the North Ice Realm for 10,000 years. "Oh, I do have that thought." After shuddering for a while, Yun Nuashing returned to normal. He coughed dryly, leaned back, and whispered into her face. "Do you want to take over this task? From now on, it's not me who will protect you. It's you who will protect me. Let me enjoy the shade under the big tree." "Okay." Ming smiled sweetly. "Unfortunately, I can't. I'm just asking for your help in an emergency." When Ming heard this, he puffed up his cheeks and glared at him with some hidden bitterness. In the next second, he used his holy and delicate cheek to rub against his beautiful face, as if to express his dissatisfaction. "Hey, it's fine if you whisper in my ear, and I can tolerate your flirting, but can you not show off your love and intimacy here? Look at this place, okay?" When Chu Yingzhan saw the two's unscrupulous appearance, she felt her face turn green. This was a disaster. Bah, this strange place. There was something sleeping under the ground, and after it woke up, it wouldn't be able to live. There was also a sun hanging in the sky. Conservatively speaking, if it fell, it would be something that could destroy the world. But these two guys were still so carefree. Kai Xia covered her face and shook her head, speechlessly. However, one of her hands was still firmly pulling Yun Nuashing's sleeve. She just subtly moved a little further away. Everyone continued to go deeper into this crack that was filled with all kinds of powerful energy. The bright, dark purple light in front of them was almost as dazzling as the sun, and it always remained that way. They originally thought that as they went deeper into the crack, they would be able to see it. It would be so bright that they couldn't open their eyes. However, no matter how deep they went, that light spot seemed to be fixed at a certain distance in front of them, and they would never be able to touch it. Behind them, the sky was getting farther and farther away, until they could only see the cliffs on both sides that seemed to be closed. As they went deeper and deeper into the crack, more and more bizarre energies began to gather from all directions. There were also a lot of thoughts that were somewhat intelligent, but not rational. With blind hatred and hostility, they evolved into energy blasts and energy storms again and again, trying to stop the intruders. All kinds of phenomena created by the energies pounced on the energy barrier, splashing layers of ripples. I feel it's very difficult. The difficulty is too high. Qin Yin used all of her soul power and spiritual power to control the power of the God's Spark weapon. It would be more appropriate to say that she was borrowing it. It was impossible for them to control this kind of power. Relax, Qin girl. I said that there's some of my power left in there. You just have to imagine that my power is me. If you poke me, I'll fly up. When I fly up, I'll help you hold the weapon. You don't have to exert yourself to control the weapon. You won't be able to control it, Yun Nuoxing reminded them again. Ming looked him up and down. Suddenly, she freed a hand. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Her slender jade finger lightly poked his waist. Wah! Yun Nuoxing immediately. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't move, he would have flown up. Even so, he was still wriggling like a bug. Seeing this, Ming was very interested. Her jade finger poked him a few more times. Girl, stop it. You want to kill me. Xian, help. Protect me. This stupid angel is going to kill someone. She's going to murder her own brother, Wawa. The girls were furious. You too, be careful. Yun Nuoxing's face was full of shame and anger. It's none of my business. After a long while, it was Kai Xia's turn to hug Yun Nuoxing. The two pairs of butterfly wings behind her flapped gently, subtly pulling him away from Ming. As for Ming, she was flapping her wings and following behind them with a silly smile. Her golden eyes were bright as she looked at Yun Nuoxing. Even though her hands were still bound in front of her body by energy, her brain was still working hard. Her gaze made Yun Nuoxing tremble. How did you get involved with such a person? Kai Xia asked with lingering fear as she looked at Ming, who was obviously not normal. She was normally normal, but when she was tormenting her brother, she was a little inexplicably crazy. You're asking me? How am I supposed to ask? Yun Nuoxing trembled violently. That girl was tormenting him as if she was crazy. If he could not tell from her eyes that Ming was still Ming, he would have thought that this girl was intermittently delirious. The two huge energy barriers were resisting the huge amount of energy, and the signs of the barrier's turbulence were becoming more and more obvious. Everyone could feel that the space inside the barriers was shaking violently. The space was out of balance, and there was some kind of force pulling them. The various kinds of energy that collided with the energy barriers were deflected and rushed towards the distant rock wall. The shattered rocks rushed towards the dark purple light below at an inexplicable speed, and they quickly disintegrated halfway. I feel that falling in will be a little bad. Chu Yingzhan swallowed her saliva. Don't you feel that something is wrong? Everything around us is normal for the time being, but it will not be normal soon. Yun Nuoxing roared loudly, using his voice to cover the howling wind in their ears. There is a weak distortion below, and it is getting worse. The space where the energy barrier was located was fixed as a whole, and it was surrounded by huge rocks. Those huge rocks were quickly disintegrating, and some of the huge rocks that fell side by side with them were reduced to fragments smaller than a grain of rice within a few seconds. After the ball-shaped energy barrier crossed a critical point, it suddenly squirmed and changed shape like a bubble, as if a giant hand was squeezing the bubble and squeezing it. Xian let out a soft cry, and her eyes lit up. The Netherworld Sword and the Dark Origin Orb also released their light, and a powerful aura spread out in all directions with her as the center. The distorted barrier was instantly restored to its original state. This aura did not spread too far, and she was very careful to control it. Although it would consume more of her energy, it was better than waking up the world-level beings that were sleeping underground. After all, the two weapons she wielded were in the realm of the gods, and some of the aura of the gods would inadvertently spread out. Everyone was descending rapidly under the blinding light. The space inside the barrier was still stable, but they could already see many strange distortions outside. The space was severely distorted, and they did not know if it was an illusion, but it seemed as if time had slowed down. There was a flash of thunder exploding above their heads, and they could actually see the traces of the thunder exploding with their naked eyes. It was as if everything was in slow motion, and they could not hear the rolling thunder for a long time. Suddenly, they crashed into a cloud of energy in front of them, and their surroundings became blurry. However, the dark purple light was still there, and there was a loud roar with inextinguishable resentment all around them, as if there was a giant vengeful spirit roaring in the sky, and the space was about to shatter. Yun Nuashing quickly waved her hand twice, and let Kaixia carry her to Xian's side. She put one hand on her hand that was holding the dark origin orb and clasped it on her wrist. She turned her head and shouted at her, "Release the fixed rules and make this space independent of all rules and energy at the moment when we jump into the light." But Xian suddenly panicked. She had never used the power of the rules before, but she had seen it many times and felt it many times. As the saying goes, if you haven't seen a pig run, you've seen a pig run. But her mind was a little confused. Believe in yourself. After following me for so long, you are already very familiar with the power of the rules. Grab it. There is enough power of the rules in the dark origin orb for you to use. Yun Nuashing's hand gently stroked her fluttering hair, and her colorful eyes stared straight at Mei Mao, who was a little flustered. If you don't believe in yourself, just believe in me. You have my power in your hands, and I will respond to your wishes. So just do it. Qin girl, I'll leave the reconstruction and stabilization of the rules to you. Remember what the realm of the gods is like normally, and do as you say. Yun Nuashing turned his head and shouted at Qin Yan again. The latter nodded solemnly, and the two dark origin orbs that were revolving around her body returned to her hand. Her jade-like hands were slightly sweaty. Yun Nuashing was also sweating by the time he finished speaking. He was even more nervous than the two girls. Using the rules and energy that he was familiar with to create a domain to cover an area and stabilize it was a piece of cake for him. But for Xian and Qin Yan, the difficulty was no less than asking them to challenge the gods with their current strength. Even if he divided the process into 2 steps and let the two of them carry it out at the same time, it was still very difficult. Behind him, Ming's hands were free, and she was holding 2 dazzling objects that were blooming with divine power. Her expression had also returned to normal and became serious. She was ready for emergency treatment. Not long after Yun Nuashing finished arranging several methods, a bright light suddenly bloomed in front of them, almost blinding everyone's eyes. That dazzling dark purple light instantly smashed toward them. Almost instinctively, Xian and Qin Yan gritted their teeth, their jade-like hands exerting force, as if they were about to crush the source pearls in their hands. The dark source pearls and the metal and wood source pearls released extreme light. Bang! A strange feeling came from the heart. At that moment, everyone felt as if their body, mind, and soul had been separated into 2 parts, and they had 2 different feelings. They saw themselves stop in place for a moment and then continue to rush forward. It was as if one of their senses suddenly felt that they were stuck in place while the other was still rushing forward. It was impossible to tell which was real, or it was as if both of them were real and reality had been separated into 2 parts before their eyes. Buzz! Gold and emerald green colors bloomed at the same time, and the feeling of reality being separated disappeared without a trace. Their senses returned to normal. The group, except for Yun Nuashing, was in a daze for a while. They looked left and right and realized that they had stopped. They had stopped abruptly without any intention of slowing down. They had just stopped suddenly. The daze lasted for a minute before everyone slowly came back to their senses. Chu Yingzhan shook her head and shuddered from the dazzling light. "This is so King exciting," Yun Nuashing shook his neck. He suspected that his neck was hurting from the effect of reality being separated, but he recovered after a while. When he heard her words, he couldn't help but point forward. There's something even more exciting. Come back to your senses and look in front. We've arrived. Everyone slowly came back to their senses. The moment they opened their eyes, their bodies trembled violently. What appeared in front of them was a piece of land covered in dark purple light. It completely occupied their entire vision, and they couldn't see the end of it. The surface of the land was like a sea of magma, and a weak crease could be a huge wave that stretched for thousands of miles. The energy generated by the huge wave hitting the surface of the sea was enough to annihilate a group of the Arch-God experts. All they could see was dark purple light. It was supposed to be a dazzling white, but at such a close distance, they couldn't see its color at all. It was just that the strong light was filtered out by the law barrier. Furthermore, they couldn't feel any gravity here, and their bodies were light. There was air, but this wasn't a big deal. Besides light, there was more light around them. Thinking of their falling posture, everyone tried to adjust their movements. However, they realized that there was no gravity here, and there wasn't even up, down, left, or right. This caused them to spin around strenuously. In the end, they settled on a direction and let the huge light ball land under their feet. During this process, some dark purple balls appeared around them and seemed to be curiously looking at Yun Nuashing and the others. They spun rapidly around them, but they only spun around. After a while, they stopped in the distance, and some of them simply disappeared. At this moment, everyone understood where they were. What else could there be other than the huge light ball hanging in the sky of the Golden Forest? When they turned around, they saw 100-mile-wide spatial crack. However, this crack was too small compared to this huge thing that was as big as the sun, so they couldn't notice it at all. There was an ant lying on their legs, and they couldn't even sense it if it didn't move. So, how did we drift to this place? Chu Yingzhan wiped off her sweat. They had just charged over with the energy of a huge star. It was no wonder that space and time were almost distorted halfway. They were already within the range of the sun's influence. If it weren't for the resetting of the laws, they would have crashed into it. However, even though the laws were changed in time, they still charged forward for a long distance. There were still a few thousand miles left before they crashed into it. That spatial crack is a spatial crack. It's a crude spatial teleportation method. I think it's used to trick people. Elves use it to trick people. If you fall into it in a hurry, even a peak emperor god would die. This is a sun condensed from energy. Its power is not the same as those naturally condensed ones in the star field. The difference in power between a man-made creation and a natural creation is not as simple as its size. Yun Nuashing shook her head. Then she pointed to the sky and said, "Look above." Everyone raised their heads and trembled again. It was a piece of land. The surrounding space was distorted, causing the land to be slightly curved. They could vaguely see a forest on the land. That was probably the Golden Forest. Chapter 1095. It was an indescribably huge ocean, an ocean of light, and even a portion of it contained immense heat energy. This was very strange, as this wasn't a true sun, nor was it an energy cluster formed by the fire element. However, everyone could feel the heat from the light that it condensed. The overwhelming pressure caused everyone to feel suffocated. Above this brilliant land of light, there was an inverted land. The dense forest was like a sword tomb that pointed straight towards this gigantic sun. Above Yun Nuashing and the others was the inverted land, and below their feet was the scorching land that was emitting endless light. If someone could see this scene from the ground, they would see that they were hanging upside down in the starry sky. The rules of that place had been solidified and rewritten, turning into a gravity-free zone. In fact, there was a huge gravitational force above and below their feet. If they were not careful, they would be pulled by the gravitational force from both ends. An ordinary person would probably become as thin as a noodle. Of course, the possibility of being directly crushed was higher. A super dense energy cluster. This passionate sun is similar to the 40 hanging in the space of the 9 divine temples. Oh, I plucked one, now there are 39. However, the latter is more violent. If it had reached the level of the divine power weapon that I made, I'm afraid that when we were exposed to this big guy, we would have already rushed to the underworld with the edict of samsara. Yun Nuashing blinked. However, this thing is also a big guy. It's not easy to deal with. If it's just a cluster of energy, it's easy to deal with. If it's a type of weapon, then this violent big guy should have an energy crystal that has been suppressed to the limit by a huge amount of energy and weight. It's a high-density energy crystal that's beyond your imagination. A crystal the size of a thumb can blow up half a medium-sized city. Chu Yingzhan was sweating. This thing can't be sold in the market, right? A restricted level bomb that can take out a group of king of underworld champions. It can even threaten the gods. Of course it can't be sold. Yun Nuashing nodded. She tossed a round golden crystal that was smaller than a fist up and down in her hand. Oh, that's good. What's that in your hand? Chu Yingzhan suddenly felt that something was wrong. I just told you. Not many people have this thing, and no one has the time to make a sun. This is a problem of knowledge and technology. Even if they have the time to slowly condense and create a sun with their own power, they probably would not have thought that the violent big guy has such a thing in its core. So this thing is basically mine, at least in this era. Yun Nuashing grabbed the round golden crystal and casually threw it to Chu Yingzhan. I called it the sun crystal. It was a name. I didn't think of it. It's a name. It's from Sun Blood Crystal. I know you like shiny things, so I'll give you one. That thing can destroy half of the origin region. You don't have to be careful when storing it. It's resistant to falling, hitting, and sunlight. It can be smashed, defended, and thrown. It won't fade under the wind or the sun. It can even be used as a light source at night. You can't destroy that thing even if you use a stick to smash it. It will only explode if you send a thought to it. No one else can use it. Chu Yingzhan heard the first half of the sentence. Her pretty face turned as white as a sheet. She almost threw the crystal into the dark purple sun. However, she calmed down when she heard the second half of the sentence. She patted her chest and took a few deep breaths. In fact, everyone was sweating cold sweat. Why did this girl have to deal with these powerful and frightening things? This thing. Chu Yingzhan was sweating profusely. Just keep it. Crazy girl with dragon collection attributes. I have a bunch of them here anyway. I picked them out of boredom back then. Chu Yingzhan stomped her foot. This thing is not peaceful at all. It's too dangerous. What if I throw a thought into it in my dream and it explodes? Yun Nuashing was stunned. In your dream? Everyone looked at Chu Yingzhan with strange expressions. The latter stuck out her tongue. I talk in my sleep. The fairy told me that. Everyone was speechless. Little star, how many collections did you leave behind? Xian asked curiously, seeing how he casually took out some things from the pendant that were beyond common sense. Everyone was curious about how many things were in it. There are a lot. I can't count them. I can't even remember some of them if I don't encounter some familiar scenes. Yun Nuashing scratched her head. It's mainly because there was a big problem in the last era. At that time, I was leaving a lot of tricks for future generations. That's why I said that potential is squeezed out. If it wasn't for that era, I probably wouldn't have made these little things. Everyone raised their heads. They were standing in the middle of the star field, and it was hard to tell how far they were from the ground. The direct distance between them and the ground seemed a little blurry. It seemed far and near at the same time. It should be due to the influence of the power of rules. They saw a deserted and dilapidated land where many man-made traces were left on the land. In the middle of the short hills, the forest was unimaginably lush. In the forest, there was a cluster of ruins. The surrounding trees had all collapsed, revealing the continuous palaces that were originally built beside the trees. They were not as majestic and inviolable as the palaces of the human race. The palaces and buildings in the forest were very exquisite and delicate. Every process seemed to be handmade and perfectly integrated with the forest. The ruins of the elves' palaces. According to Kaisia, the elves liked to condense the elements and energies between heaven and earth to build their buildings. The buildings would also be engraved with exquisite words and strange runes, those things that looked flashy but were actually very useful. They would be engraved from the inside to the outside, fusing with the building itself as a decoration. No one could see its purpose. It had to be said that the elves' buildings were of a completely different style from those seen in the realm of the gods. They were too exquisite and beautiful. Even if they had collapsed to the ground, one could still see the exquisite corners of those dilapidated walls. They had lost the mysterious and dreamy atmosphere of the past and looked a little sad, causing those who saw them to sigh. Perhaps there was a group of elves here millions of years ago. They might have been left behind in the realm of the gods and survived with great difficulty. Perhaps they reappeared here and lived in seclusion in the Golden Forest, building another dimension and isolating themselves from the mortal world. This place might have once been a paradise, isolated from the rest of the world. What a pity! Those places were so beautiful. Xian looked up. There was a hint of sadness in her dark purple eyes. She quite liked those exquisite buildings. Just one look at them made her want to go down and take a look. She could feel the unity of the great Tao from the buildings and the true feeling of nature. But now they were all in tatters. Those signs of collapse were not caused by natural destruction, but by someone's attack. It's all destroyed. Kai Xia looked up at the somewhat familiar buildings. Her sun-like eyes dimmed, and her jade-like hands holding Yin Nuashing tightened slightly. Those are the palaces that the wood elves were good at building. There are also the talismans of the dark elves, which are the earth elves created by the earth elves, the lava lake of the fire elves, which has been extinguished, and the river that the water elves used. This is a place of survival that was left intact. Most of the layout of the sacred origin is still preserved, and there are many additional traces left behind after the successful evolution. As long as the sacred origin is not destroyed, they will be able to survive here for a long time. But back then, didn't the elves have no choice but to return because they were not suitable for the conditions of the realm of the gods? Xian asked curiously. Kai Xia shook her head. I'm not very sure. There are very few records of the deeds of the sages who found the realm of the gods. The sacred origin requires a place of absolute peace and tranquility to be created. It can allow the origin of nature to merge with our origin of elves. That way, the origin of elves would slowly be born naturally. But in the realm of the gods, the elves came to the realm of the gods in ancient times. There were wars all year round, so there was no place of absolute peace and tranquility unless it was a space of their own creation. But the elves probably did not understand the rules of the realm of the gods, so they could not create a space at will. Without such a tranquil place, they could not create a sacred origin. The Golden Forest is still too small to sustain the lives of so many elves. Yun Nuashing continued Kai Xia's words. To be honest, being able to create a sacred origin in the Golden Forest is already very shocking. This is an elemental domain, a forbidden elemental area. I really don't know which one of you came up with this idea. This space should be an elven space created by gathering the origin of elves from several source elves. It is very different from a space created by oneself. It is just a small, distorted space that can be used in emergencies. Although it can last for many years and is very well hidden, it cannot be expanded. It is only a small space, and under normal circumstances, no one would be able to break in. Kai Xia's voice was a little low. We can come in because of me. Back then, those people broke into the elven space and broke in. Qu Yingzhen thought for a moment. Back then, those people probably wanted to explore the Golden Forest, but they accidentally found another space. Fate really makes fools of people. Yun Nuashing looked up for a long time and finally felt that this posture was not right. She twisted her shoulders and said, "Let's go down and take a look." Kai Xia was silent for a moment, then nodded. She carried him and was about to fly up down towards the ruins in the forest. The others also prepared to follow. Staying next to this huge sun was too depressing. The scenery was indeed very beautiful, very spectacular, and very shocking. It was difficult to describe the feeling of standing in front of the sun, but after looking at it for a long time, they would feel suffocated, as if they would be sucked in by the sun and be annihilated. Chu Yingzhan, who was at the back, suddenly heard something and quickly called out to everyone, "Did you guys hear a strange sound?" Kai Xia was about to fly out, but she quickly stopped when she heard her voice. Yun Nuashing also lowered her voice. "What sound?" "Listen." Chu Yingzhan waved her hand. She was a little anxious and couldn't tell what the sound was. "It's a very strange sound. Gulu gulu. Are you hungry?" Yun Nuashing was speechless. Chu Yingzhan was furious and was about to rush up and bite him. Yun Nuashing's expression was also slightly serious. Zian and the others raised their vigilance and were on guard in all directions. They also heard the sound. It was very strange, a dull sound, like the beating of a heart, but also like the muffled thunder in the distant sky. Galoof, galoof, it really sounded like the sound of someone's stomach. When Yun Nuashing heard it, she felt a little hungry. However, she was only stunned for a moment. She thought for a while and thought about where the sound could have come from. Then she slowly lowered her head. The rumbling sound became clearer and clearer, and it sounded like someone had a stomachache. It was not impossible to say that, but the person who had a stomachache was not a person, but that huge ball, the dark light in the depths of the resplendent sun under their feet was shrinking and expanding, beating like a heart. The light that it revealed made him feel a little scared. Looking down from this height, they could see that the entire sun was revealing dense white spots that looked like honeycombs. From the front, they only looked like small spots, but in fact, each of them was tens of thousands of miles wide. The side facing Yun Nuashing and the others had reached an unprecedented level of brightness. It was so bright that they had to close their eyes. Huge waves that were hundreds of thousands of miles high surged up from the magma-like sea surface and were swept high into the star field. The bright particles condensed into balls of light that were the size of a face and whizzed across the entire surface of the sun. Zian and the others didn't understand what was happening, but they knew that this situation was definitely not normal. It seemed like a strong will was guiding this violent sun. They hurriedly stood in front of it. "Little star, what happened?" "How would I know?" "Oh, Kai Xia, what's going on now? Is this dark star corona provoked?" Yun Nuashing quickly turned around and asked Kai Xia, who was hugging him. "How would I know? I've never seen the dark star corona before. I've only seen it in books. It's the dark elves' last resort." Kai Xia smiled bitterly and shook her head. "But I feel a sense of hostility. It seems to be coming from the dark star corona in front of us." Chu Yingzhan almost jumped up. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. We won't be able to leave for a while. We've been captured." Yun Nuashing shook his head. "We're too close. The space has been sealed by the power of the laws. If we use the Netherworld sword," before Yun Nuashing could finish, Qin Yan's exclamation grabbed their attention. "Look over there, under the sun." Everyone shuddered and quickly turned their gazes. Then they all gasped as they saw an unbelievable and strange scene. The surface of the extremely bright sun was rippling like a pool of water. Light spots and light patterns covered the entire surface in a disorderly manner. They had already retreated a long distance, but they still saw huge waves rolling into the star field, almost sweeping them away. The complicated light patterns slowly twisted, and a huge image appeared on the surface of the sun. It was a person in the shape of a human. She was lying on her back on the dark star corona, like a young girl lying on the surface of a lake. A person as big as the sun emerged from under the sun, as if her body had merged with the sun. The person formed by the sun was very complete. On the huge body, one could see a lifelike and beautiful face. The huge waves of lava kept painting the tiny details of the body, making it seem as if she was constantly moving. The dark purple face quietly looked at Yun Nuashing and the others, who were trying to get away. On the surface, the eyes were flashing with heart-palpitating madness and fury. Boom! She lifted the planet-sized arm lightly, and a terrifying giant pillar of energy soared into the sky along with a thick lava pillar. It rushed into the star field like a volcanic eruption. A series of huge lava pillars also erupted from other parts of the sun's surface. She opened her mouth, and with a ferocious face, she let out a silent roar. The arm connected to the sun rose as if it was pulled out of the water. The falling water droplets smashed into the ocean and splashed up huge waves. Retreat! Yun Nuashing's expression changed slightly. Without him saying anything, everyone was already sweating in fear. Kai Xia hugged him tightly. Xian and Qin Yan hurriedly controlled the energy barrier and dragged the group of people to hide in this star field. Lava pillars that were thousands of miles wide soared into the sky, and when they passed through the energy barrier, everyone felt a wave of heat hit them in the face. Ming shouted softly. He held the light bead in his hand and displayed a speed close to the speed of light. He dragged everyone to hide desperately. The entire earth turned into a hellish scene. Even though they knew that some of the energy pillars couldn't touch them at all, the horrifying situation still made everyone's souls leave their bodies. Chu Yingzhan hurriedly grabbed Yun Nuashing's arm and trembled all over. Idiot! WWW, what is that thing? In front! Yun Nuashing was shocked. He hurriedly pulled Ming and dodged the huge lava hand. He turned around and shouted, "How would I know? How would I know?" Kai Xia! Kai Xia was also sweating profusely. She looked at the giant sprite that was as big as the sun in shock. Her eyes flashed wildly. That's a dark elf. A dark elf. The Dark Star Crown is the incarnation of a dark elf. Are you kidding me? You're telling me that thing that's the size of a chicken is a sprite? Yun Nuashing was also stunned. Boom! On the surface of the Dark Star Crown, the sea of lava surged wildly. The sprite's body kept coming back to life, as if it was struggling to stand up from the Dark Star Crown. Its huge face became even angrier. Violent energy was brewing in the depths of the Dark Star Crown. An earth-shattering energy erupted, and a huge energy pillar that was almost half the size of the sun rushed out of the surface of the Dark Star Crown. Then it quickly exploded and formed an inescapable net. Even with Ming's speed of light, he couldn't escape from this area. He was trapped in the star net, and his light-like speed suddenly disappeared. The light is gone. Ming was shocked. There's an even bigger light down there. It's restricted. Use the power of the rules. Use all of the power of the rules. Yun Nuashing gritted his teeth and looked at the giant sprite that was struggling to stand up on the surface of the Dark Star Crown. Cold, sweat broke out on his forehead. We might have to fight that thing. The Dark Star Crown is the manifestation of a dark elf's consciousness. I remember now. The Dark Star Crown is the dark elf herself, just like your incarnation. The entire Dark Star Crown is a dark elf. Kai Xia quickly said, I don't care what she is. I only know that she's angry for no reason. Yun Nuashing's face twitched violently. She might have been alerted by us. Be careful. A ball of energy the size of a planet rushed out from the surface of the Dark Star Crown and slammed into the star net at the speed of light. With a loud bang, it smashed into the energy barrier of Yun Nuashing and the others. He said that he wanted to hide, but he couldn't. The star net had sealed off their escape route. The ball of energy was bigger than the star net, so there was no way they could avoid it. A violent explosion of energy exploded in the star field. The torrential energy smashed into the energy barrier, causing it to flicker rapidly. However, it was still a barrier of the rules, so it was still in a stable state. It wouldn't be broken in a short period of time. Ming, come on, light orb. Use the power of the rules to break through the seal. We'll be done for sooner or later if we're trapped here and become targets. Yun Nuashing quickly said, Give me some time. Ming was so anxious that he was sweating. There was no need to rush things so quickly. Damn, it's coming again. Chu Yingzhan cried out in alarm. But before her voice even fell, an energy pillar that was enough to intimidate everyone rushed into the star web, fiercely smashing into the barrier, pressing them together with the barrier to the other side of the star web. Their internal organs were shaken to the point where they were about to be deformed, and the scorching tongues of flame burned her until she cried out in pain. Stupid idiot! Stupid idiot! Didn't you say that this thing won't burn unless it's under the sun? Chu Yingzhan screamed in shock as a corner of her robe burned. A highly concentrated energy aggregate, it can be cold or hot. It's a must-have for home or travel. It's up to you. Bah! When did I say that it can't be hot? Yun Nuashing was sweating profusely. The energy barrier flickered faster and faster. Dense energy balls and energy pillars rose from the dark star crown and slammed into the barrier one after another. They were trapped in this corner of the star net and couldn't move at all. They couldn't even defend themselves, let alone dodge. Zian and Qin Yen hurriedly controlled the 4 weapons to strengthen and maintain the barrier. However, even the powerful barrier showed signs of dimming under the indiscriminate bombardment. Crash! The sound of a tidal wave reverberated in the star field, causing everyone to tremble. The huge person slowly sat up. A huge hill suddenly rose from the huge dark star crown. It was unknown how many millions of miles tall it was. The dark purple energy sea slid down the hill with a rumble and gradually revealed its shape. At first glance, a strange structure was connected to the back of the dark star crown. It was actually 2 pairs of butterfly wings that looked like light. The lower half of the wings was connected to the bottom of the dark star crown. A dark star crown that's as big as the sun. All right, I believe it. I really believe it now. Yun Nuashing's eyes twitched. Chu Yingzhan didn't care what that thing was. She quickly asked, Then what do we do now? Blow it up? Yun Nuashing suggested. Everyone was stunned. What? Chapter 1096. The violent attacks from the dark star crown overlapped one another. The small energy barrier was like a small boat in the raging flames of the sun. It swayed unsteadily in the stormy sea and almost capsized a few times. There was no way to avoid it. The huge sun had already changed. From afar, it looked like a sea urchin. The side facing Yun Nuashing and the others swelled up. On the other side of the star crown, the huge elf slowly sat up straight. The 2 pairs of wings behind her spread out and covered the sky. The dark purple lava falling from the rain of light smashed onto Yun Nuashing and the other's barrier and the sea surface. The dark star corona was on the verge of shattering. From the shape of a sea urchin, half of it was forcefully torn apart. The appearance of the giant dark elf did not take away a single bit of the dark star corona. She had appeared out of thin air. The details of her body had become extremely detailed. The expression on her face became even more distorted. Huge pillars of lava fell from her eyes like a line of tears. She opened her mouth wide and let out a soundless shriek toward the starry sky. Soul scream! Yun Nuashing's expression changed slightly. She quickly broke free from Kai Xia's embrace. She spread her 6 wings and wrapped everyone inside. An ancient bronze lamp appeared in her hand. The wick of the lamp lit up with colorful light. Retreat! Wang, an invisible energy slashed across the space, causing the space to shake violently. The starlight was distorted. The invisible energy slashed across the 6 wings and the barrier, causing it to shake violently and shatter silently. A ray of colorful light immediately appeared and took over the barrier to block the impact of the soul scream. The entire light barrier rippled, but it still stabilized. Under the 6 wings, everyone only shook their heads. They were a little dizzy, but they didn't suffer any injuries. Chu Yingzhan saw this and gasped for breath. Phew, I almost thought I was going to die. Yun Nuoxing quickly retracted her wings and placed her hands on Kaixia's shoulders. She turned her head and saw the tears falling from the side of the huge dark elf's face. She couldn't help but be stunned. She's crying? Don't worry about whether she's crying or not. Hurry up and think of a solution. Chu Yingzhan quickly shook her head. She held the wind and earth pearls in her hand with a blank expression. I didn't expect to die in the sun. Not even ashes would be left. Yun Nuoxing's 6 wings flapped. She looked at Zian and Qin Yan, who were struggling to hold up the barrier. She pondered for a while and turned to Kaixia. I'll exchange a few blows with your people. Remember to explain later. Kaixia was stunned. Before she could react, she suddenly felt her shoulder lighten, and then she saw Yun Nuoxing rushing to the barrier. He spread his 6 wings and waved his hand. All the source pearls floated to his side, and the rest of the source pearls floated out from the pendant one by one. Dozens of source pearls circled around him. He waved his hand, and thousands of magic formations, the smallest of which was thousands of feet wide, and the largest of which was perhaps 100,000 miles wide, suddenly emerged in the air. Go, you bastard, he shouted. Boom! The tens of millions of arrays, crazily condensed energy. With a series of thunder-like explosions, monstrous energy burst out from the tens of millions of arrays. Energy clusters, energy light pillars, flames, fire tornadoes, and all kinds of energy phenomena instantly exploded. Strange phenomena appeared out of thin air. The scene in front of them was extremely strange. It was difficult to describe anything seen in the world. It was so strange that it was like a nightmare. Boom, boom! The energy condensed by the tens of millions of arrays and all kinds of energy phenomena fiercely collided with the energy of the dark star corona. Violent energy, vortexes constantly formed and then quickly exploded into sparks. The entire battlefield of destruction spread out for millions of miles. It was as if several armies were fighting with their lives on the line, but in fact it was just one person and a sun roaring and bombarding. The energy light pillars and huge energy clusters that rushed up from the dark star corona were constantly smashed into sparks by the attacks of the arrays. However, the attacks of the dark star corona overlapped one after another, crazily condensing like endless waves. In just a moment, they could form a crazy firepower net, but in the next moment they were shattered. Ugh, you lunatic, you are not the sun. Don't go head to head with the sun. Chu Yingzhan was stunned when she saw such a crazy energy attack. Looking at the destructive firepower net in the sky, her face turned pale. What if we wake that big guy up? One of the big guys has already woken up. Even his face is covered. Let's deal with the matter at hand first, Yun Nuoxing said without turning his head. His eyes moved quickly. Dense, dark, purple energy pillars burst out from the spikes of the dark star corona, shattering his arrays. However, the light from the shattered arrays dispersed and reformed into a huge array, exploding with dazzling energy. Currently, the area of the energy bombardment had shifted from the shield to the space of the star field, leaving a large area of safety. It was not that he did not want to leave. The dark star corona had sealed the space, and the light net of the rule suppressed the power of the light element. It was fine, but the former would require some effort. If he wanted to break through the defense line, he would probably have to let this crazy dark elf calm down. Xing Chuan incarnation, Yun Nuoxing shouted. His body and 6 wings quickly darkened and were dyed with the color of the star field. It was as if he was reflecting the starry sky. The starry sky, reflected by his body, seemed to exist in a certain corner of the world. As he moved, the starry sky moved as well. The stars and light within it changed positions. It was as if he had turned into a mirror. Through him, one could see the starry sky of the distant star field. As his position changed, the starry sky, reflected by the mirror, also changed. Star God bow. Yun Nuashing fiercely waved his hands, making the posture of shooting an arrow with both of his hands. The 100,000 miles long magic formation on the left and right abruptly quaked. Two beams of energy shot out from the center of the magic formation, crossing the star area and forming a curved starlight bridge. The other beam of energy connected the two beams of energy together, looking like a gigantic longbow. Following Yun Nuashing's movements, the straight beam of energy slowly stretched backward. Tens of thousands of miles long energy arrows condensed from starlight were placed on the bowstring. Waves of arrows emerged as the destructive power crazily condensed. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. He slowly turned the star-field bow and aimed it at the huge dark elf. The light of wisdom was rapidly surging in the dark elf's huge eyes. She was gradually coming back to life. She was probably about to wake up. No matter what, it would be bad if this big fellow moved. Why not give her a shot before she woke up? Go, you bastard! Yun Nuashing shouted softly. The star god Bao shot out with tens of millions of starlight arrows. The violent energy almost condensed into a huge pillar of starlight that shot towards the dark elf. The dark elf was still staring blankly at the starry sky. Her eyes, which were bigger than planets, were dripping with hot lava tears. Kai Xia looked at the dark elf's side profile in a daze. She suddenly rushed forward and pulled Yun Nuashing. Wait a minute. I think I know what's going on. Ah, Yun Nuashing was stunned. He hurriedly waved his hand and had the star god Bao dissipate. The starlight arrows that had condensed into a torrent suddenly turned and rushed towards the dark star corona below. The destructive torrent that could overturn heaven and earth plunged into the sea of lava. The destructive energy that was enough to destroy half a sun was suddenly extinguished. The destructive energy dissipated and turned into extremely pure starlight energy. It condensed into a huge starlight shield that blocked all the energy from the dark star corona. How many minutes can the star god shield last? Yun Nuashing stretched out his hand towards the huge starlight shield. A dozen source beads quickly revolved around him. If you have something to say it quickly. We can't keep going on like this. Kai Xia hurriedly nodded and tilted her head to look at the dark elf. Ever since that soul shriek, she had not moved. She was sitting on the surface of the dark star corona in a daze. One of her hands was reaching towards the star region as if she was trying to grab something. Her beautiful face was twisted with madness and anger. Kai Xia closed her eyes and suddenly said, "This could be the elves who did not have time to evacuate in the ancient era and were left here. Didn't the elves all evacuate in the past?" Xian was puzzled. That was only a perfect situation. However, in reality, such a thing could really happen. The elves' homeland is in another timeline. It requires a lot of energy to cross the timeline. I learned from the ancient books that when we retreated from the realm of the gods, we sacrificed 1/20th of the elves of our race to open the gate. However, the number of elves was huge. Perhaps the elves did not have time to enter the gate, and the gate closed, leaving a portion of the elves here. Kai Xia's eyes flashed. I can sense remnant soul energy from the dark star crown. It's enormous. It's the souls of countless elves. There are many, many elves. Unresigned thoughts, unwillingness to perish here. Regret, obsession, hatred. Kai Xia pointed at the crazy sun. This must be the descendants of the elves who stayed here in the ancient era. Perhaps there are still sages alive, but she was so excited that she couldn't speak. so Ming hurriedly took her place. The sudden calamity caused these ancient elves to be buried here, unwilling to be destroyed just like that. They gathered the will of an entire race and fused it into the gigantic sun. Elves in the form of energy are born without a fixed form, and they die without a trace. Their souls and bodies are extremely close, and they can switch between them at will. When the calamity suddenly struck, the elves that remained in the realm of the gods were almost completely wiped out. The remaining souls fused together to form a will. They wanted to live. They wanted to return to their homeland alive. Oh, Chu Yingjian looked at Yun Nuoxing, but she could not see his expression. He was surrounded by a star field. Chu Yingjian could only hurriedly say, "Idiot, you alone can't support the power of half an entire race and an entire sun. I can hold on for a while. Don't underestimate me. I'm just worried that the power I release will wake up the big guy below. So if you do anything, I'll blow it up." Yun Nuoxing's voice came from afar. It was as if an entire star field was whispering in their ears. "I think if I go over, I might be able to stop him." Kai Xia clenched her hands and looked at Yun Nuoxing seriously. Yun Nuoxing was silent for a moment. His hands formed a seal, and the star god shield imprinted with the star domain imprint suddenly opened. An extremely dazzling barrier immediately blocked all the energy. He turned his head, looked at the rosy clouds, and said, "Have you thought it through?" Kai Xia clenched her hands tightly. "Yes, it's very dangerous to rush over. That's my race. It'll be fine." Kai Xia smiled. Then she said softly, "And you're here, aren't you? You'll send me over, right?" Little star. Yun Nuoxing didn't even have a face at this time. Naturally, no one could see his expression. Just as he was about to nod, his expression suddenly trembled. Destructive strike of the laws, oh no. As soon as his voice fell, everyone felt a strange feeling. They had never felt it before. In the past, they had seen Yun Nuoxing use it, but it was different. The methods he used against enemies were all targeted at others. This was the first time he used that kind of attack directly on them. It was a very strange feeling. They felt as if they were locked on by something and their consciousness was being altered. They could feel that an extremely dangerous energy was gathering crazily. If they were hit head-on, not even ashes would be left. However, their bodies could not produce any danger signals. They only knew about it. Wake up, calm down. You can't deal with this kind of attack. Seal off part of your senses. You'll be trapped. A gentle and distant voice sounded softly in their ears. Zian and the others immediately came back to their senses. When they looked up, they saw a huge, dark, purple energy palm facing them. In the palm, there was something that looked like a magic circle, but its structure was completely different. The strange magic circle swallowed and spat out energy that made their souls tremble. "Ming, after this attack is over, Kai Xia and I will rush over. You guys stay here." Yun Nuoxing said in a deep voice, "Can you do it? If you can't, I'll think of something else." "Yes, brother." "Don't worry. Go." Ming smiled and interrupted him. Then he nodded vigorously. Yun Nuoxing saw this and nodded. He suddenly opened his right hand, and a black dot appeared 2 inches above his palm. It was a pure black that was only the size of a thumb. At first glance, it looked like an endless void. There were many distorted energy lines around it. They were supposed to be straight lines, but they were distorted by the black dot. There seemed to be an invisible energy vortex that attracted everyone's attention. Chu Yingjian wanted to reach out and touch the black dot, but she was scared half to death by Yun Nuoxing's calm words. "Do you want to die?" The strange, dark, purple array suddenly collapsed in the next second, and a chaotic torrent of energy that tore through the laws burst out. That energy was not necessarily violent, but it made Ziyan and the others feel completely disheartened. If that energy were to come at them head-on, it was likely that no one other than the Yun Nuo planet would be able to block it. Chaos, endless devour. Almost at the same time, Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and threw out the black dot. The surrounding space suddenly returned to normal, as if something that could distort reality had left. Everyone's senses instantly returned to normal. Let's go. The moment he threw out the black dot, Yun Nuashing handed the source bead and divine weapon to Ming and the others. He grabbed Kai Xia with one hand and rushed out. The moment he rushed out, he felt a weight on his back and a small body pressed against him. He did not even have time to react. He could only rush out while carrying the small body. The dark purple energy torrent and the black dot rushed out at the same time, and at the same time, Yun Nua Planet also rushed out. 3 things happened in an instant. The former, which was almost at the speed of light, suddenly collided with each other. There was no explosion of monstrous energy, only an invisible impact that hit the end of the space in an instant, causing countless strange phenomena along the way. But everything returned to normal in an instant. Then the black dot crazily expanded, and space and time became distorted. Under the collapse of the rules, the time barrier could hardly appear in the space, and only 1 or 2 faint golden spots were exposed from the space crack. The black dot and the dark purple energy torrent collided and destroyed the rules of a large area at the intersection. The space was purely destroyed, and the void could be seen easily. However, the void of the 8-element sector was very hard and could not be destroyed so easily. Around the void, one could see the golden and purple barriers flickering with light spots. Only the light spots appeared, and the rules of that space could no longer support them to appear in the space of the real world. At the moment when the impact dissipated, Yun Nuashing, Kai Xia, and Little Purple Soul had already rushed to the surface of the dark star corona. Waves surged in all directions. The boundless viscous liquid was like an ocean of magma, clumsily rolling up layers upon layers of giant waves. The dark star crown had also changed its shape. Behind it was a gigantic wall of magma that was at least 1,000,000 miles tall. The ocean of energy was surging violently, and the entire land was burning brightly. Even the dimmest light was brighter than the light of an ordinary sun. If it weren't for the many barriers supporting this place, one would have been blinded by the light. Standing on the surface of the dark star corona and looking around, there wasn't a single spot that wasn't bright. It had even changed its form of energy, becoming incomparably hot. It really was like a gigantic sun hanging in the sky. Looking up, one could see that the gigantic pillar-like arm had yet to be lowered. A gigantic drop of liquid slid down her face, smashing into the brilliant energy ocean, splashing up huge waves hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Gradually, 2 eyeballs appeared in her eyes, making one think of the phrase, the finishing touch. She had completely awakened, and the moment she woke up, she had given them a destructive attack of laws. Oh, there are hundreds of different types of energy and states added up. Draw a barrier around us. Yun Nuashing looked at the constantly changing barrier and couldn't help but twitch his cheeks. Don't look at how arrogant he was now. If the barrier really broke, he would instantly fall into the dark star corona. He wouldn't even be able to make a splash before he died. Little Purple Soul lay on his shoulder, her purple gold eyes looking around happily, looking at the majestic pillar of flame that shot up to the sky and the huge wall of magma that stretched to the sky like a pillar to the sky. She tried her best to stop herself from rushing out. But even if she rushed out, she would not be in trouble. She had been running around the 5th and 11th divine flames and was still fine. The dark star corona could not hurt her. All right, it's your turn now. Calm her down. Yun Nuashing patted Kai Xiao's long hair and said, I can give you enough time until I remind you to retreat. Kai Xia nodded nervously, grabbed his hand, and rushed towards the giant that was as big as the sun. After a while, they arrived at the back of the dark elf's head. Yun Nuashing's expression changed slightly when he arrived at this position. He could feel a surge of thoughts, and countless souls were roaring. Unwillingness, regret, and despair after hope destroyed the soul of this race. It had become irritable and crazy. The monstrous hatred and anger almost materialized and overturned the entire world. Kaisia took a deep breath. Her slender body shook and turned into a head-sized ball of light. Then, she slowly entered the dark elf's head and disappeared with a pop. When he saw the golden ball of light explode, Yun Nuashing was absent-minded. However, when he felt that Kaisia's soul was still fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he slightly relaxed his mind and carried out the spiritual connection. He could also see the scene that Kaisia saw. The changes in his mind seemed to be slowly drilling into a warm pool. It was warm, but violent, crazy, and turbulent. It shouldn't be so calm. It should be a violent ocean. That's right, when his mind went deep into the bottom of the pool, what he saw was a crazy, endless ocean. This crazy nightmare was the memory fragments left behind by the dark elf. There were only a few fragments left. What rushed into her mind was the scene of the destruction of the Golden Forest. Humans and shifters rushed into this otherworldly space. Those bewildered humans and shifters did not stop just because they came to another strange space. Instead, they fearlessly explored. Then they discovered this hidden race, the elves that had been living in the ancient era. They had been struggling to reproduce. There were still millions of them. The elves also discovered these uninvited guests. They thought that they were guests who had accidentally intruded. However, these were all executioners whose blades were stained with blood. When the first elf dissipated into light, the chaotic war instantly began. This small elf city that was isolated from the world and stood aloof from worldly affairs was instantly destroyed. The strength of the celestial realm practitioners was far beyond what the elves could compare to. Even after dozens of eras had passed, the elves still had not fully adapted to the rules of this place. They could not receive the blessings of the celestial realm. Naturally, the elves lost. In the battle of the wasteland plains, they sacrificed 10 times or even 100 times more in exchange for the lives of their enemies. Then they were defeated. The remaining elves in the celestial realm were wiped out so easily. The only remaining elf of the dark origin received the chaotic souls of its people. The chaotic thoughts washed away all the rationality of this usually docile elf. The dark star crown almost instantly rose into the sky and scattered the light of destruction over the entire forest. Everything was over. They had persisted for dozens of eras. They did not manage to send out the kindling of life. They did not manage to return to their homeland. They were suddenly destroyed, just like that. That's not all. Yun Nuashing shook his head. There was some information that he was very concerned about in those fragments. It was just a flash, but he still saw it. He pointed at the 2 runic towers that appeared in the inverted memory fragment. They were towers that were condensed from various runes. Do you know what this is? Kai Xia looked at them in confusion. It looks like the ancient records. It's to open the time axis. Ah. She immediately understood why the will that represented the remaining elves would carry so much unwillingness and regret. The elves have a very long lifespan. The powerful elves have an eternal lifespan. If they do not die, they will not be destroyed. There are many immortals who have survived. The pillar of creation, the golden forest, and the elves have blocked the great reincarnation. They did not die. They have been hiding here, preparing for a long time. They have been waiting and working hard for a long time. Yun Nuashing's eyelids drooped slightly. They wanted to return. They had made all the preparations to return to their homeland. But they fell in the darkness before dawn. After persisting for dozens of eras, they did not manage to wait for dawn. They plunged into the darkness and fell forever